Hello everybody and welcome to the ROLG Major Day of Domination. VeenzG is going to be with you for this day number 2. So we've witnessed what happened in day number 1, and this is just the continuation of the round robin that we had yesterday. So the points just keep on coming yesterday, and this time around they have to finalize it today. So if you are on the top of the chart, that means you have to defend your spot because some of the teams are gonna go after your spot. They wanted to dominate that win. They wanted to rake up and dominate the other teams that they're gonna be fighting for today, and that means they have to give everything they got. So the tail of the tape, ladies and gentlemen, we had Dictator close the evening having a 7-1 score out of 8 matches, and that is why they are on the top of our round robin charts, and followed by Guild, and this is one of the teams that we have to watch out for. Guild is on a 6-0 streak, and they are unbeatable. They had never lost a single fight yesterday, so that means these are they are the teams that also that we need to watch out for. And followed by Ronin, that had a 5-1 score out of 6 matches. Those top 3 teams came from Thailand. So Thailand has been dominating this RAGNAROK online LANDVERSE Genesis Major Day of Domination. But who is going to dominate this evening, this afternoon? Because we're gonna be talking about what's at stake for this tournament. We just have 30,000 for the teams, and once you participated in this tournament, there's a sure $1,500 for you. And then if you manage to climb even higher the ranks, 6th and 5th place, you will be get additional 500. That means you get 2,000. 4th place, that's a sure 3,000 for you. 3rd place, 4,000. 2nd place, 6,000. And if you're on the top of this round robin, that means you will be getting the biggest share of this prize pool, and that means $10,000 to be given away for that dominating team. So they have to stand out. And speaking of teams, these are the participating teams. We have 322, Bakonawa, Dictator, Guild, Imperial Regalia, Introverts, Minukawa, and Ronin. So these are the teams that is going to fight for supremacy. And as I've said, Guild has been unstoppable. They have never lost a single game, but Dictator is still on top. So that means Dictator has to give whatever it takes in order for them to protect that slot, and they only have 1 loss. They cannot go any further than that. So let's talk about the phases of this tournament. It's split into 3 phases. They will prepare. The entire group will be preparing. The GM will be talking to them in the waiting room, and then readiness will be checked. And if they're ready, they're gonna be entering the battlefield. So it's the GM. They will be decided which guild was interact with the NPC first. Of course, it's clearly to determine who's gonna be on the upper or on the lower part of the map. That means you're gonna be on the icy side of the map, or you're gonna be on the green grass part of the map. So they have to confirm it so that the players can be allowed to enter the battlefield. And the last phase will be the preparation. Of course, in this phase, you will be given time to prepare. You need to buy a lot of items using your Zenny, potions, gemstones, and other necessary items that you will be using for this battle. And then you may also, they will also continue, of course, to purchase in game until they run out of Zenny. And these are the rules. Each team, they will be having 36 players, and they must have a clone character from the Yo-Yo server, and the character name should match the name registered in the competing guild. And this is where it gets painful. When a player dies, they will be sent back into the safe zone, the base, and they will receive a debuff. That's a penalty for them. So they won't be able to use skills, they won't be moved, they can't use items, and they cannot be cured until that debuff timer expired. So that means if you die too much in the battlefield, you will acquire a longer penalty duration. So best to stay alive as long as you can. Avoid debuff because you need to be there on the battleground. Your presence must be there. And let's talk about the objectives. You need to focus on destroying the Yggdrasil root, which has 30 points, in order for you to expose the Yggdrasil core. And if you destroy the core, that's an instant victory for you. But we also have these objectives. We have Zyron that spawns every 3 minutes. It increments in points. First 3 minutes, you got 15. 6 minutes, you got 20 points. 9 minutes, you'll get 25 points. And on the start, you will be seeing an Ancient Shine spawning in the middle, in the river actually, and you need to collect that. And that means if you collect the shine, you will get 10 points. And it spawns every 2 minutes. 2, 4, 6, 8. But it won't spawn in 10 minutes because the game will be automatically over. But one player kill, once you eliminate a player from the opposing team, that is a sure point for you. This is what I'm talking about, the part of the map. So the map is split into two, the green area and the icy area. So the Siren spawns randomly in one of those pits every 3 minutes. Ancient Shine is gonna spawn every 2 minutes. It spawns in the beginning, so you need to take advantage. Both of the teams here had Yggdrasil root to defend and protect, and once that the Yggdrasil root has been taken out by your enemy, you have to protect your own core. So in order for you to win this game, is you need to destroy your enemy's Yggdrasil root. But in order for you to get to the core, you will be getting your team to push and break the Yggdrasil root. And let's talk about the tiebreaker. So this is when the teams did not destroy the core. So 10 minutes pass by, game is over. How will we determine the winner? Number one, the team that has the highest amount of total team kills will be considered winner. That's the point. Team kills, the roots and runes and the Siren, all of those points that we see on the top, the highest team with the highest points, the team with the highest points will be the winner after 10 minutes. So what if the score is equal? What if it's 10 minutes, 100 to 100? So they have to see who has the highest amount of HP in the Yggdrasil root. Is it the other team or our team? So if you had the highest HP for the Yggdrasil root, that means you're the winner. So what about the Yggdrasil root? I mean, it's all equal. So we have to go to the core instead and count the highest remaining HP on the core, right? So that's how we decide the tiebreaker. So man, we already witnessed this yesterday and might as well continue this today. This is just day number 2 of what is going to happen. This is getting so much interesting, folks, and I'm sure you guys cannot wait to see what's gonna happen in this tournament. And as I've said earlier, Dictator closed the evening with a 7-1 score, having a 1729 points out of 8 matches. So that means they suffered 1 loss compared to Phi Guild, who played 6 matches flawlessly and they did not even lose once. So 3 series of 2-0s. Phi Guild showed their dominance, and they're gonna be playing 8 matches today. That means they'll be facing 4 teams. I think they'll be facing Dictator today. So if Dictator managed to break Phi Guild's momentum, Dictator can protect that spot. And Ronin also suffered 1 loss because of Dictator. That's an even close fight. Ronin versus Dictator, that's the series, or that's the only series we've seen a 1-1 score. And Ronin needs to work hard because they had 8 matches for today as well. Bakonawa, even Stevens, 4-4 out of 8 matches. They just have to protect their spot or try to at least climb to the top 3 if they wanted to get a hold of that prize pool. We also have Minukawa with a 2-4 standing together with Imperial Regalia 322X also on a 2-6 score, and Introverts has to climb. In order for them to get $2,000 somehow they have to rake up the win. So they only have 6 matches, 3 series for today, and they have to win all of them to end up in a 6-8 score. And if they do, they might have a shot on the middle part of our bracket. That's an easy 2K if you're gonna be asking me. So it's all about proving your spot here, and Dictator currently holds it. Dictator right now is going to try to fight for that spot, but we have to watch out for the other teams. Guild and Ronin can surprise us today. But of course, we're going to expect more from the teams in the lower bracket because Bakonawa, Minukawa, Imperial Regalia, 322X, and Introverts, they need to fight as well. And all I can say is that these are the teams with nothing to lose. So why not try? And if they win, they might poison the other teams and drag them down on their feet and use them as a stepping stone to at least climb up the ranks here. But let's talk about what are we going to see in this day number 2 of our round robin. Dictator and Imperial Regalia for our first match. Wow, Dictator versus Imperial Regalia. I think someone is asking for this match, and this is going to happen right now. Bakonawa and Guild up next. And after that, we're going to be seeing Introverts and Minukawa. Dictator and Guild is going to be the aftermatch. Ronin and Minukawa is going to be there. Imperial Regalia and 322X. And to top it off, the top teams, Ronin and Guild, has to fight. They have to conclude their battle. But what's going to happen? Is Guild going to lose today? Or are they going to stomp every opponent that they have to face right now? So there's 2 Dictator matches, but let's not forget matches are simultaneously happening. So that means aside from having Dictator versus Imperial Regalia happening in our live stream, we also have Ronin and Introverts happening on the sideline. So I'm gonna be updating you the results real time. So if there's a win or if there's an update, I'm gonna be telling you the scores, who got the first point or who got the win on that series. Now, show some love, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to see, some familiar faces that I've seen yesterday. I hope that they're here right now, hopefully. So I'm gonna be looking forward to the other teams to somehow root. Of course, they have to root for your who are you cheering for this tournament? I'm seeing a lot of familiar names here since yesterday. I'm seeing Sacrifice. Hello there, sir. Diniseli Arquitetura. Okay, he says, let's go on the chat. Gabriel Freire, hashtag Sura, and of course, I am Zelus. Okay, so that is going to be the people from the chat. But of course, shout outs to each and every one of you. The battlefield is just heating up. What is going to happen? What are their cards? What is going to be their strategy for today? Because we know that they already witnessed some of the teams play, and they might learn from what they experienced yesterday. This is how they play, and this is how we can defeat them. Okay. So that's what we need to do. We have to improvise, we have to show our might, and we have to dominate them in the battlefield. So ROLG Major Day of Domination, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a really, really fun ride for us. This is just the start. This is just the beginning, okay? Because Dictator has their first match. And if they win 2-0, that means 9-1. But who's gonna be their opponent? Of course, they're gonna be facing Imperial Regalia. Imperial Regalia, no doubt, they started strong with a 2-0. But somehow, we were surprised by what Minukawa did yesterday. They were so upset because Dictator defeat them in their bout, and they took it all out on Imperial Regalia, and that's why the score is 2-4. What a storyline it is for us. So, Dictator and Imperial Regalia. Will Imperial Regalia somehow reclaim what's theirs? Because they were once on the top along with the other guys, but they got defeated somehow yesterday. So, let's talk about the lineups. No assassins, no rogues, no blacksmith, and no alchemist for Dictator. And it seems like Imperial Regalia is gonna play with a rogue, a blacksmith, but no alchemist and assassin for their side. So, one knight for Dictator. This is a classic. We've seen this lineup strategy yesterday, but Imperial Regalia, they have 4 knights. So that means Dictator, with the lack of knight, they managed to at least compensate that in their Crusader count. Meanwhile, Imperial Regalia's Crusader count is just 3. Sage's numbers, Dictator's Sage is +1 more compared to Imperial Regalia. Dancer also, and Bard as well. So most likely some support guys providing sidelines from behind. But we are seeing some Bard, bombard their opponents, becoming the cream of the crop, getting a lot of kills yesterday. So is that what we are going to see? So what are we going to expect? A lot of AoEs coming in from the Wizard. Also, we got Priest, Sage. Also, we get to see some land protectors coming in from this guy. Monk, of course, with his deadly Ashura strike. You cannot lose a Monk. You need some heavy hitting punch and someone that can move fast on the map in just a blink of an eye. So guys, ladies and gentlemen, if you are ready, might as well give your love to the chat and let me hear you say, let's go for our day number 2 of ROLG Major Day of Domination. Dictator and Imperial Regalia is going to face off. Who is going to be your pick for this series? This is just the best of 2. Whoever wins the game number 1, that means they have the momentum. It's either you can finish this series on a 2-0, or your opponent can bounce back and then end the series in a tie, 1-1. And that's what you don't want. You want to dominate as fast as you can. And hello there, Mr. Silus. Okay, later on, you might as well tune in. You're asking for codes. You just have to be patient. And here we go. Ace and Shine again, spawning in the 0-minute mark. And they're collaborating in the middle. A lot of skills being used. Now, Dictator and Imperial Regalia are trying to poke, and that's the first blood by KKKK. Dictator dictates the narrative, gets the first 10 and the first blood as well. 2 eliminations on their side. And now it's all about taking the objectives. Bodies laying down the floor, traps being set on stone. They're preventing Imperial Regalia to come inside their base. But hello, Imperial Regalia. These are the team that is specializing in backstab. Probably go sneak behind, attack the Yggdrasil route, go for, become the rat that they are. Imperial Regalia, that's their tactic. I think Dictator somehow is now aware of it, and that's why they're defending their turf. Now we can see some showers coming in from the other guy. Land Protector, just to prevent them from coming. No, it's going to be Dictator coming in hot. They're gonna try to visit their base. Hello there, sir. What's happening? We have to check this out. And now, the all forces of the Regalians. Imperial Regalia. What is happening here, sir? Asura strike laid down the ground. And now, we can see a lot of skills being laid down the floor. Now, who's gonna touch the root? That's gonna be our first objective you need to break. That's points. Imperial Regalia here tanking some damage because Dictator here is now on a roll, 44-1. Imperial Regalia with only 1 elimination, and that's 5 kills for KKKK. Imperial Regalia now trying to prevent Dictator from pushing. It's now third turn. Imperial Regalia wants to do that sneak attack once again. They sacrifice too much players in that scene, in that sense. And that is why Dictator scored a lot of points. And this is just the first 7 minutes, and now they can focus. Now we can see some other players from the Dictator side now on heavy guard. They're not letting Imperial Regalia sneak again. They're laying out traps. Land Protector being laned also. Double Strafe is just there, and we can see the Crusader linking. Now you can tank damage. That's gonna be a soaking up damage to you. So Fragium is here. Rolly Cross being laid down. Oh, Storm Dust. Storm Dust before he got eliminated. Zyron is down. Zyron is down on the Imperial Regalia side of the map. And now they know it. They're gonna try to touch it first. They're gonna try to accumulate the points as early as now. Dictator is gonna expand their lead. But they got company. Imperial Regalia. They wanted to annoy Dictator as much. Asura Strike is there just to prevent the invasion from happening. While Dictator's manpower is now focusing on eliminating this big objective. This big objective, Zyron is wielding 15 points. And now, Dictator is on 100. Land Protector, just for you, you cannot go into our lands. We are protecting these barren lands. You cannot go to our green side of this map. And now we have to knock. We have to knock on this Yggdrasil route. Dictator, wait a minute. Hello there, IR. The Regalias are gonna try to do another sneak attack, but there you go. Land Protector, Holy Cross is to defend the land, while the other players from Dictator is doing the work. They managed to successfully eliminate the route, and now they have to go back house to clean up house. Now the members of the IR needs to flee. Dictator's base is now on high alert. Imperial Regalia sneak attack did not work this time, but I've seen Imperial Regalia do that sneak attack, and they did manage to go to destroy the Yggdrasil route first. But this time, Dictator, they have strong will. They don't want Imperial Regalia to get ahead of themselves, and that is why the core is now exposed. Imperial Regalia now has to defend their Yggdrasil core. Jownail having a 5-kill streak. Congratulations to you, sir. Shelby also is on a 5-kill streak club, and we can see some Storm Gust being activated here, preventing Imperial Regalia to come out. And there's a lot of Land Protector, but wait a minute. They're trying to eliminate the members of Imperial Regalia even inside the base. And Dictator is gonna try to end it before 4 minutes. And just like that, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, maybe 7 players for the side of Dictator is on a lookout, because some members of the Imperial Regalia may be crafty. They might go for the sneak push once again, but wait. Every forces of the IR is prevented from coming out. Dictator is now dictating that they won't come out. I don't know if Dictator needs to get the Zyron again. If they can focus to push this Yggdrasil core, it's gonna be over. Shine has been collected, easy peasy, no contestments. Imperial Regalia was forced to use skills on the base. I can see some Asura Strike from above, and some of the members here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, around 12 to 15 members of the Dictator now focusing, or maybe everyone is focusing on this Zyron. 20 points at least, 214 for ya. And now they have to go back to finish the job. We still have 3 minutes left. to end the game, finish the core, and some barricades coming in from Imperial Regalia, preventing Dictator to come in their base. Land Protector being activated, double strafe, charge attack, Meteor Storm is gonna be activated too. Land Protector, come close, double strafe as well. They're just exchanging attack and they're charging. Every time they wanted to go, the pain is just too much. Even the spell cannot wash it. And now, even with the Magnum Break and double strafe, they're just keeping an eye. They're just trying to break the core, and every bodies that they see will be collected and be converted into points. And oh! Man, that player didn't even get a chance to go back to base. He will go back to base for sure, but with a penalty timer on. That gotta hurt. And the safe zone isn't so safe anymore for the side of Imperial Regalia. This is the last 2 minutes. But can they wait for 1 more minute? Because the last Zyron is going to spawn wielding 25 points. Asian Shine now being collected. That's another point for the Dictator. And the bodies just keep on coming, but they're just locking into the core. It's the point of no return this time around. Look at that. They're just barraging every time with the double strafe. Suffragium. How can Imperial Regalia defend this? Bodies are just lying here and there. Even with that ankles there, it is not enough. The core was forced to dispel and use Lex Eterna. But how can you stop Dictator from dictating this game? Like a true dictator. They restore and they force order. Okay, back up a bit. Now it's minute 9. We go for the last Zyron, and everyone is going to at least get this. Man, this packs a punch, boys. And now they're punching really hard. Zyron is gonna fall on their hands. 277 to 19, and now back on the fight. We still have 30 seconds left, and they did not finish the core. Holy Cross being used just to eliminate one player. Imperial Regalia is just preventing the members of the Dictator to reach the core. But the time is ticking. The game is almost ending. Ladies and gentlemen, they have 7 seconds left. And all I can see is some Asura strike to eliminate one player of the Imperial Regalia. And that's a game. 291 for Dictator. Jono with 17, Mr. Shelby with 12, and Shelby's with 11. That is your top 3 players from this game. Dictator. This dictating this game, and that means Dictator is gonna have an 8-1 score. But let's not forget, we still have one more match to witness between Dictator and Imperial Regalia. So this is the question. Will Imperial Regalia finally work on their sneak push strat? Because sometimes I can see, the sneak push are giving me thrills, Might as well see them win with that kind of tactic, Be smart, sneak on your opponent, break down their base first, because that's the objective of the game. Even with more points, as long as you go first and break the Yggdrasil core of your opponent, you win. No tiebreakers, you win. But Dictator prevent that from happening, and they dictate the narrative by winning that game. We didn't even break the core, but we had high points. So that is going to be our game, and that's going to be our first game. 291 to 22. Dictator won that bout. So let me know in the chat, who are you supporting? Because we are gonna be going back on a short break here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the ROLG Major Day of Domination. And as we've witnessed, Dictator dominated their first game up against Imperial Regalia. But what is going to happen in the second game as it unfolds later on? So, chat, let us show some love from our teams because this is the second game. As we can see, Imperial Regalia and Dictator, same characters from the last time, and this time around they're gonna be trying to at least play it all out. But what are we waiting for? We might as well start this game soon because each and every players are now excited, and let's see if ever Imperial Regalia's strategy to sneak push is gonna work this time around. But Dictator, they had been aware of what's happening. So let's see if ever that is going to be the narrative for this game. So ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 between Dictator and Imperial Regalia is going to commence. Might as well know in the comments, in the chats, who are you supporting? So maybe let's go. Alright, I'm gonna be reading some chats here. I can see some familiar faces here in the chat. We see Art Dice and Ruben. Welcome back to you, sir. Azalim, Bagdemagus Gaming, Chubby Daddy, and Grin is also here in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, how about the other guys? Oh, we have Paul in the chat. What the mayhem has happening. Dictator collected the first Asian Shine. Imperial Regalia now being repelled back into their base. Chewy gets the first blood. Wow, Imperial Regalia did manage to sneak that first blood kill, but Dictator is getting a kill streak full. 1 for 3, make that 1 for 4, plus the Asian Shine being collected, and now Dictator is keeping an eye on that prize. We want the root early. And now Imperial Regalia wants to at least go from above, surprise them, sneak with them. Asura strike has been casted, and now he's just calling spirits. Now they're trying to also make some plays while distracting the Dictator's focus to push and knock down the Yggdrasil root. Even the Storm Gust being used as well, and the Lord of Vermilion ankles there, and Storm Gust is gonna be there for the taking. But what's gonna be the next thing? Even Piglet 99 is on a 5-kill streak, and now what's going to be the next thing? Every AoE spells that we can see, even the Meteor Storm and the Storm Gust being laid down the floor with the Lab Protector. You have to call the angels on your head. You have to keep the bells ringing as well. And we also have battle happening on that side of the map as well. IR is now focusing on defense. This is much anticipated as we thought, because the attacking side, the Dictator, they wanted to overextend. They wanted to zone out and isolate the members of the Imperial Regalia. And here we go. Shine again appeared on the map. Who's gonna collect this? 3 to 4 to 6 hour score. Shelby's now getting 10. It's gonna be Dictator. And now we can see some red on the map. It's Flames of Retribution. Ladies and gentlemen, burning down on the opponent. Imperial Regalia, they have to at least throw away the Dictators on their far side of the map. You have to protect the Yggdrasil root. And now, a lot of attacking, a lot of balls being used just to take down that root. And that took them almost 3 minutes, no, 2 minutes. And now they have to go. They have to at least eliminate the members of the Imperial Regalia. And the invade is on. They're gonna go straight to the core. They just went up and they went to the core as well. Zyron is now on the game. Where's the big guy? They're going for the big guy, it seems. They know he's on top, and now each and every players are now collecting the loot, and that is going to be 15 points. We can see 4,216 angels now trying to sustain them with a lot of good loots, and now the invasion continues. Imperial Regalia, they want to sneak, but Dictator says no, 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 we've watched that too many times, boy. And now they're driving them away. Holy cross and an ankle snare, plus an agility decrease. And now they're forcing Imperial Regalia to stay in the safe zone, hoping to be protected by the safe zone. Now we can see some links coming in from the Paladin, trying to absorb way too much damage. Shine again for the taking. They're using all of their skills inside their base, but how can you stop? That's the question. How can you stop the members of the Dictator from snowballing into this game? They have to surprise us from this game. And the bells of the Angel Skulls, we can hear the bells coming in from the heavens. Imperial Regalia doing everything they can in terms of defense, even laying out Land Protector. Even that Holy Cross is just way too much shining, and the punches coming in left and right, coming in from the Monk. And now that Azura Strike goes in hard for that finish. They don't even have a time to lay out traps. And just look at how focused the hunters are. They're just strafing left and right, punishing way too much damage. And now we can lock on that core. Land Protectors, Storm Dust, they even devoted themselves to finish this game. And now we can see some IRs with the Quagmire attempt plus the Land Protector too. Storm Dust, Bowling Bash, they are even provoking the members of the IR as well. They also called in for a Random Break just to break their spirits. And all the punches is just hurting. And oh man, look at the double spray from this guy. He's just flapping his wings. Man, the attack speed is just the speed or the, oh my goodness, the way he flapped his wings, that's very much fast, just like his attack speed. Oh, they managed to at least go back because they know we go for the big boy. We go for the Zyron. Who's Mr. Long Bomb? Who's Mr. Long Bomb? Is that me? No, it's not me. Who's Mr. Long Bomb? But anyways, they're taking the Zyron, and now it's a go time for Imperial Regalia to somehow lay some traps. They have to protect the base. They have to lay out some traps to prevent Dictator from coming close. What can they do? What can they do? Dictator wanted to protect the lead that they have right now, and that's why they're pushing. Wow, I can see some links here. They're going towards the sides just to make sure no one is sneaking. They're protecting all parts of the safe zone. No, 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 you can't sneak, but wait. Is there someone who sneaks in? Okay. Look at the punishments. Even the safe zone, man. Man, how can you call this a safe zone if there's a if you can see some opponent skills landing in the safe zone? It ain't safe anymore. Oh no. You're just trying to at least buy some time. Still have 2 minutes and a half. Can Imperial Regalia defend? Or probably they're toughing up. They're toughening itself up. They wanted to increase stats. They're buffing. Storm Dust, Lord of Vermilion is also there as well. Some players of the Imperial Regalia wants to come out of the map, but they're being weighted by the Dictator, preventing them to come out. Don't come out. You better not come out, says Dictator. You won't step foot outside of your base. Lord of Vermilion, Dragon Fear from the core. Just to somehow buy some time, and now the Astral Strike is also there as well. We can see White Silence being used as well. That missed. Dictator now focusing on the final push. But also, we can see that the last Zyron is gonna spawn anytime soon. Meteor Storm just to stop Imperial Regalia from coming out of the map. Devotion, Jupiter Thunder, Zyron is now back onto the game. You can see on the map, they're trying to at least focus on this objective. Punching left and right, here and there. There you go, folks. Zyron just took 15 seconds on the hands of the Dictator. And for the Imperial Regalia score, it is way too much exposed. But the question is, can they break the core? Or they will have to wait for 20 seconds to call this a victory. From Azure Strike and even the Alchemist working on wonders into perfecting that weapon. Lex Aetherna is also there, plus a Dispel Azure Strike. Gadur! Now in a 5-kill streak, we also in 5 seconds. Yao Nails on a 5-kill streak as well. And then now they're trying to punch their ticket through, and they won. Game number 2, Shelby's, Jono, and Hightower are your guys. 26 kills for Shelby's, Jono with 14, together with Hightower. That is your second game, and that puts Dictator on the top of the charts. That means they already had 9-1 in their standings. Dictator is clearly on top, and they started this day number 2 proving that still we are the top teams you need to face. Dictator is on a clean roll this afternoon, and this means Imperial Regalia standings is now on a 2-6. So for Imperial Regalia, later on, they still have a game between them and Ronin. So this is going to be a tough battle for them as well. But Ronin, as we speak, Ronin versus Introverts, game number 1, of course. Ronin won that game 280-7. Ladies and gentlemen, Ronin versus Introverts. So Ronin again already has a 6-1. So that's a really nice start for Ronin as well. And Introverts somehow needs to figure out how to come back into our ROLG Major Day of Domination. VeenzG will be right back. First series is done for day number 2, but the action continues here on the RAGNAROK LANDVERSE Genesis Major Day of Domination. And this is VeenzG, okay, not Mr. Longbamb, with you for this afternoon. And we're gonna be having, a long series for the day. We still have 6 more series to feature for our tournament. But, of course, we also have these teams fighting it all out in our second series, 322X and Minukawa versus Bakonawa and Guild. But we have to update what happened in our Ronin versus Introverts series. So Ronin, they already beaten Introverts in game number 1. They also did the same thing in game number 2, wherein the score is 263 to 18. And that means Ronin overtook Guild 7-1, following besides Dictator. So some of the guys in the chats wanted to see how Ronin and Dictator is going to battle out, but that was also already done yesterday, and that is the only series that tied 1-1 score. That means these two teams, two guilds are too good to be with each other, and neither of them wants to give a 2-0 score into another. And that's the aggression that we've seen yesterday. But are we gonna see a 2-0 in our series, or are we gonna see a 1-1 once again? So what is going to be our matches? Bakonawa and Guild. Guild, one of the teams that we need to watch out for. Currently third because they did not play until today. They had 6 matches, and all those 6 matches were flawless, 6-0. So that means some of the chats are really looking forward to what Guild has to bring to the table. But the question is, can they reclaim the top spot? Even if Guild managed to win 2-0 against Bakonawa in this series, they will just overtake Ronin because Dictator is still on top with a 9-1 score out of 10. So that means they have a 90% win rate, but meanwhile Guild already has 100. Perfect. So you have to break those records. Dictator and Guild. Is it going to happen? Yes, it's gonna happen maybe later on. So might as well stay tuned. I think Dictator's last match for this day is going to be between them and Introverts. Oh, Introverts versus Dictator for the last game of Dictator, just to solidify their points, okay? But having the series, who is going to win between Bakonawa and Guild? Bakonawa, now they have a 4-4 out of 8 matches, 50% win rate for Bakonawa, who currently has 1,264 points. And now they have to face Guild 6-0 out of 6 matches. When it comes to playing the game on this tournament, Bakonawa has more. They played 8 matches, but they are on a 50% streak. Guild, on the other hand, they only have 6 matches and they won it all. So Guild or Bakonawa is behind Guild when it comes to standing. So this is the chance, or maybe not, Bakonawa can overtake Guild. Give them some losses if they can, just to make their standing 6-4 for Bakonawa and 6-2 for Guild. If that happens, that Bakonawa needs to rake up more win. That's going to be the game plan for this day for Bakonawa if they wanted to kick Guild out of the top spot and prove that they're part of the top 3. Bakonawa, hailing from the Philippines. Bakonawa, let's see what they got, because they're facing one of the Thai greats on this tournament. As we can see, the player composition, no assassin, no blacksmith, and no rogue for Guild, and Bakonawa is that team that heavily relies on assassin They had one assassin in the bag. They had one blacksmith, but still no rogue. That's fine. How about, okay, 3 knights and 7 crusaders. Meanwhile, 4 knights and 6 AoEs, wizards, priest. Now we wanted to see the action between the two. Are you guys excited? Maybe we can see what is going to happen here. Shout outs to each and every one of you watching right now. Angelo, Rix, and Paul. We also have QWERTY, Warren Chan, Chubby Daddy, Sander, Ruben, Q Gaming, Faceless. Some of the familiar faces here, ladies and gentlemen. And also Grin. Art Dice is also here as well. Don't call me Mr. Longbum again, okay? So, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Fi Guild. Will they finally have a loss on their record? Or will they dominate this day? That's the question. Will they end this tournament and go unbeaten? Now, it's time for action. Ancient Shine. Now being contested. Fi Guild went in first. Bakonawa, okay, they're marching in the bottom. They're gonna go for the Snake Yggdrasil. I've seen this once. I've seen Imperial Regalia does this. Fi Guild is going to be busy. They're gonna be trying to defend their base. They're gonna be trying to defend their roots. Wizard Genesis already has 10. 43. And this just... we're not even in a minute. Oh my goodness. Fi Guild with 45. And now they're knocking roots. Are they gonna go snowball on this game once again? Land Protector just to prevent Bakonawa from coming in to defend this. Bakonawa still stuck at base. What's happening here? Oh, they're trying to stock up. They're trying to prepare. They're trying to boost. They're just waiting for the opportunity. But they're gonna be losing. They're gonna be losing the roots. The Yggdrasil root. Oh no. A double strafe from one guy just to isolate them, plus a Holy Cross. And they even laid out a Land Protector to prevent them from coming out. What is this? It's just them knocking the Yggdrasil root uncontested, forcing the members of Bakonawa to stay in their safe zone. They need to come out of the comfort zone. Some of them are even laying traps. And now they wanted to go in the bottom. So that's a decoy play. But no, there's a monk watching through them. And now they're trying to spot them. And now a lot of time has been laid. It has been triggered. It has been activated. They fell for the trap. And now the Fi Guild is going to go for the kill. The Yggdrasil root is now gone. And now they're harvesting every people that is going to try to sneak in their roots. What is this? I can see some of them made it to the Yggdrasil root, but the Fi Guild is now on a defense. How long? How long can you damage the root? Because it's just 80% of the Fi Guild are now defending. And now after the defense, wait, there's a second wave? There's a second wave, and now it's on top? There's still traps laid down the floor, and now Fi Guild. What? Okay. Smilemock now has 5 kills, and this is just the first 3 minutes. 137 to 1, and now Fi Guild can go side quest. They're gonna be taking the Zyrod if they want to. Sonho with the 5 kills, and now they're marching towards the core. Might as well end this before 5 minutes. Oh, so that's the tactic. Bakonawa, they wanted to let Fi Guild think that they gave up. But no, they wanted to go sideways. Just like that, they clear some paths of the trap. And now they have easy access, but there's a guard. How many guards are there? 3? Oh, it's 4. 4 versus 3. But how can you touch the roots, man? Now, Asian Giant being collected here. I won't focus on the spells. I'm gonna focus on what Bakonawa has to offer in the bag, because surprisingly, that's very, very nasty. It's very, very surprising for me to say. Oh, there's one member of Bakonawa being trapped there in the pit. Figel is just burning them into smithereens. Jupiter Thunder, the Meteor Storm, and now some buffs protecting all the members of the Phi Guild. Can they end this under 10 minutes? Now Bakonawa, I think they wanted to defend their base. It's now, oh, they're inside the base. They're inside the safe zone. Are they gonna contest? Are they gonna give up the core? Are they gonna offer themselves? Are they gonna resist? Phi Guild is knocking. They're calling everyone. Guys, let's go for the last hurrah. Might as well take the route with us and go cycling. Phi Guild unstoppable with the rampage. The invasion is just here, and we're moving towards the last 4-minute mark, and they did not even wait for the second Zyron to spawn. Mao Crusader is the first with 22 kills, Tosader with 18, and YYY Sonho got 13 kills. Phi Guild, are they on a speed run or something? Shout out to Reben, watching from Los Angeles, Pampanga. There you go. What is this game? From Marawi. Shout out to Sacrifice. Okay. Shout out to you, Sacrifice. I'm gonna be shouting out. I think we need to spectate the other matches. Andrew Kamo, 322 and Minukawa. Wait a minute. When is 322 and Minukawa? I think this is it. You want some 322 and Minukawa action? Thank Phi Guild for ending early, because we're gonna be seeing them right now. But oh, 322 and Minukawa, ladies and gentlemen. 88 to 64. Let's try to see what happened. We still have 5 minutes. They're just in 5 minutes, and for Phi Guild to end that game before 6 minutes is just insane. Both of these games are happening simultaneously, and Phi Guild won that game fast. So we can see Minukawa and 322X now trying to bombard themselves. 322X seems like they wanted to at least go for the push. Oh, it's Minukawa. It's Minukawa on the upper side of the map, and this is the 322X's side. Okay, so Minukawa, they wanted to destroy the route first, and then they just disarming the traps that is being laid out by 322X. And 322X right now, I can see a lot of storm gusts and meteor storm being laid down the floor, plus sa land protector to protect this land. Magnum break and a tomahawk towing. We got some ankle snare, and their Asura strike being used on this game as well. We have an arrow shower just to inflict way too much damage for the members of the 322. What's with the agility decrease? That's gonna hurt them a lot. Lord of Rebellion is gonna be there. Now, we are in the 6-minute mark, and they're gonna be going for the Zyron. This is the second Zyron that we did not even see on our game between Phi Guild and Bakonawa. But we are going to see Minukawa capturing that Zyron. But no, it's not done yet. 322 wants to contest. A lot of traps being laid. They're trying to prevent 322 from coming in the pit. And now they're inside. But somehow, Minukawa gets what they are after. They're gonna be pushing it really hard. They're gonna try to avoid casualties. And they're gonna be trying to fight. 66 to 78. I don't know which team is 100. But I believe this is going to be 100 for Minukawa. 181 to 68. Boom, there's a lot of casualties going on. Lord of Vermilion. We also have Provoke. No, you attack me. Let's go. I have some dispels going on. Spear Boomerang just to at least inflict damage from the distance. We also got Provoke. And now we can see some bombs start increasing some agilities. Here comes the Blessing. Here comes the Land Protector. Here comes everything that they have right now just to burn them into ashes. 322 wanted to get into the roots, but now the defenses from Minukawa is preventing that to happen. There's a lot of traps they need to cross. 322 slowly but surely removing all those traps. But now they're receiving heavy fire. They even got the Land Protector and the Meteor Storm and some Storm Gust just to prevent them. And we can see some Ashura Strike and an Auto Guard. They're solidifying their defense. Provoke an Ankle Snare. Now we can see someone from the back lines, and you can see some Boomerang and a Dispel combination. They have to fall back. 202 to 79. I believe that's the score. 322X. Are they going to push? Kyrie Edison plus with the Angelus. This somehow calmed them up a little bit. Now, we're in the end game. The final minute of this game. Actually, we can head to game number 2 Fight Guild after this. Maybe, just maybe. Let's see. Now, we're going to be seeing them push the last Zyron of this game. Now, we are going to see the 322 fight for this objective. They're repelling Minukawa into the pit. Hoping to get a lot of misses happening. And now, Minukawa secured the package. Ashura Strike is there, and we just have to count because the countdown is at 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the root has been on top. It seems like Minukawa wins this match, and we did not see the first blood. It was with Chisa who went with the first blood. You know, the game was fast actually. So fast. Let's go to the main plot. Okay? Let's go to what happened. I want to see some reactions in the chat. Let's see some reactions in the chat. Yep, we easily switch into the ongoing game between 322X and Minukawa because of how fast the Bakonawa and Fight Guild went. So, I think while I'm casting the earlier game, of course, we're going to be having a short break. So ROLG Major Day of Domination will be right back. if it's time for game number 2 of Bakonawa versus Guild here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination. And I know the time was quick, the time was short for the first game between Bakonawa and Guild because it almost took them 6 minutes to end that game fast. So I believe I've never seen a fast game like that again or ever again. Yesterday we've seen from early matches some breaking of course, but it took them 6-8 minutes. But they did not wait for the second Siron to spawn. They just went straight and end it. We don't need the 20 points from the Siron. We just need to get this business done. And that's what Guild wants to do. It seems like they wanted to climb up on the ranks. Once again, they're not contented with a 6-0 unbeaten. We wanted to go 8-0 for this day, and not just 8-0. They also have a lot of matches to play, and this is just 1 out of 4. And now the game is commencing, ladies and gentlemen. Bakonawa and Guild. Will Bakonawa surprise us this time? Well, I mean, I was surprised. I even thought that they gave up in the first half, but they have something in mind. I think that was clever. Honest opinion, you have to fool your opponent into giving up. But Bakonawa somehow decided to buff up inside the safe zone, buy everything they need from potions, etc., just to gear up, and then go sneak in the sidelines. Either go top or go bot, and then go for the root. That's what Bakonawa want to do in the previous game. Guild, somehow, they have proper team distribution. Guild is now on the icy side, and now Bakonawa playing on the green grass. Now they're trying to go on the sides, but no. Guild managed to get ahead. Some of the players are collecting the Asian Shine. Guild, RYY gets the first blood. Asian Shine now being collected. Bakonawa, no, Guild wants to what? Guild defending their roots because of Bakonawa's sneak attack. They wanted to touch the root, but the members of the Guild is already here. 15, no, 25, 26, take that 39 kills for Guild together with the Asian Shine points. Wow, they prevented members from Bakonawa from touching the roots, and now it's Guild's turn to return the favor. Now we can see some spells going in, and now it's time for the Guild to harvest the roots of Bakonawa. And Bakonawa, it seems like they're regrouping back into the base, and as I've said, these will leave them exposed. And now we have a meeting inside the base. Can you tell who's sus on this? No, they're moving. They're having a formation. I think they're doing the sneak attack again. But as we speak, we've seen a lot of traps being laid. And why is someone planting traps on the base? That's literally your safe zone. The other players doesn't want to move anymore. Or I think they're just waiting for the right time to sneak. Yeah. Gawa tayong ilong sa guild logo. Ako na dispel. Okay, I'm reading the chat. They wanted to create nose in the map. Why? Okay, I don't know if you read that, guys. But it seems like they're letting Guild wreak havoc into their face. No more sneak push. It's just that they wanted to create an art on the map. And that's the reason why there's traps. And they're even using Asura Strike inside their bases, man. I'm not... Okay. Guild is now heading towards the core. It seems like they're setting up a new record. Bakonawa It seems like they're helping them create the new record. But what is Bakonawa going to do? Are they gonna create the art just in time before the core is destroyed? That is going to be the challenge that we have right now. Zyron, the first Zyron, is now up. For Feigl, I think it doesn't matter anymore. You don't need Zyron. You need to go for the base. You need to rest early. You still have more matches. That's what we wanted to do. Oh, some players of the Bakonawa wanted to defend their base. Now, I wanted to see some art. They wanted to draw, but how can you draw, man? When your base is on heavy fire. They have been laying traps inside their bases, man. This is your safe zone, and that's why they're being comfortable inside their comfort zone. Feigl is just behind the wall. Oh my goodness! They didn't even take the Zyron, man. They don't even care. 7 to 103. I think that's it. Ace and Shine, they might be even take. Oh, okay. Okay, they're trying to at least punish. The truce is broken. Okay, don't come out of your base. Seems like Feigl wants to go out. And there you have it, folks. Mao Cruza with 10 kills, Wizard Genesis with 7, and YYY Sonho with 7 as well. I wondered, did they finish the art they wanted to see? But I think seeing Feigl beat the record that we see, I think it's time for us to see 322X and Minukawa once again. Okay? That game was fast. They did not even take objectives. No Zyron for that game. They ended up at 4. And they just wanted to draw. And here we go. 322X and Minukawa. And they're just even... Are they even starting? 0 to 75? Oh, they're in 4 minutes. They're in 4-minute mark. Okay, who's in the lead? Let's try to catch up on what's happening here. This is almost 6-minute mark. 176. 176. So this might be the closest game that we see. Oh, I see some code here. Speaking of which, Day of Domination here. Might as well try it, chat. Try it and see if you get something out of this code. So let's see. 100 to 86. Close fight for Minukawa and 322X. 322X now trying to fight for their life. But are they gonna go for... No, it's on the top, probably. Did they take the Zyron? We did not see the Zyron, though. Oh, I think they did. They did! 88 to 130, ladies and gentlemen. And now we can see the 322 pushing Minukawa away. Minukawa now on defense. Now, what is gonna be the game plan? I think for Minukawa, they don't want to draw some noses in the map. This trap is just to prevent 322X from attacking the root. And it seems like 322X wants to attack the root. We can see some land protectors being laid down, and I can see a lot of A's being spammed on the ground as well. Land Protector provoked even with the back to break plus an ass of the strike from behind. We are now down to our last 2 minutes and a half. Double Strafe, Devotion, Dispel being used as well. Storm Dust is also there with a Dispel, and a lot of Land Protectors just to protect their lands. Minukawa working wonders with their defense. They're trying to repel the members of the 322. This is interesting enough. Game is so close that 322X is now trying to come back from this game and trying to get some objectives, devotions, and some ankles there. No! Wait a minute. It is 322X. Okay, so my bad. Okay, so Minukawa side here. Let's see what are they going to do. Land Protector. Some Asura strike. Wait, who's who? There you go. This is 3-2-2X's side. Now, Minukawa, after the defensive that they did, it's clearly them wanted to go for the attack. Some double strike just to punish the root. I think this is 109-159. Score is up close. Double strafe after another. They're trying to burn the roots down, ladies and gentlemen. And now we can see some rotations coming in from the boys. Are they going to wait for the Zyron? And there you go. Minukawa stomping hard on the ground with a triple attack plus the agility. You can even use Asura Strike just like that. Plus with the agility just to make sure that those hits land perfectly and fast. Lord of Vermilion, beat your storm. The pit is going crazy. It's disco party. But I think it's Minukawa who got the goods. Minukawa with 196. No, they're almost 200. 198 to 1-on-1. Now they're firing trees. Seems like a basketball game. It's raining trees over here. 203 to 114. Land protectors, the traps being laid, and there you go. There you have it. That is it. The game. Wow, this is the series wherein we get to see all of the action at the same time. Because it was Bakonawa and Phi Guild. They ended fast. I think 5 minutes and a half, and then they just ended for 4 minutes? That fast, right? And we get to see the game 2 of 3-2-2X and Minukawa. So I think Minukawa with the lead that they have after 10 minutes, 203 or more. Plus to 100. So Minukawa went in for a 2-0, 3-2-2X. Wow, that was close. I mean, I can see 3-2-2X had a fighting chance. They were pushing the Yggdrasil Roost. So ROLG Major Day of Domination. We'll be right back, boys. Alright, good afternoon everyone and welcome back to the ROLG Major Day of Domination. And in that case, we've seen Phi Guild dominated the entire Bakonawa squad, the entire guild, 206 to 3 and 114 to 9. Phi Guild 8-0 undefeated on this tournament. But we also witnessed 322X and Minukawa. Of course, that was a close fight. Oh, it was 322X who won that game. It's not Minukawa, okay? Sorry for the confusion though. So, it's 322X who won game number 2. So, that means 322X ended up with a 1-1 up against Minukawa. So, 2-5 score for Minukawa and 322X has 3-7 on their banner. Okay, things are getting interesting. So 322X and Minukawa is the second tied series on this tournament. The first one was Ronin versus Dictator. But our featured match for this afternoon is Introverts and Minukawa. We've seen Minukawa fought up against 322X earlier on because of how Phi Guild ended the game so fast they ran straight into the core. 322X, on the other hand, somehow tied the series up. But will Introverts, this is what I wanted to see, will Introverts finally make a 2-0 comeback from this tournament by defeating Minukawa? Minukawa having the momentum. They already played today up against 322X. So let's see if that affected their strat and the loss given by 322X affected their entire team. Introverts, on the other hand, they must be watching. But Ronin, on the other hand, defeated Introverts on their first series. So yes, they have to resurrect. They have to at least get that W for this tournament. And let's see. Introverts, okay, they are the only teams. Also, so this is the first time, I believe, we're going to be seeing Introverts live in our feature. For Assassin, for Introverts, no Alk, 4 Assassins, 1 Rogue, and 1 Blacksmith. On the other side, Minukawa, 0 Assassin, 0 Rogue, 1 Blacksmith, and 1 Alk. So that is going to be the composition. Hopefully, let's see if ever that they will be fighting back for glory, because somehow 322X defeated them in their game number 2. So this might be the comeback that they're looking after. And after this, I really wanted to see, next series will be Dictator and Phi Guild. Okay. We also have 322X and Bakonawa happening later on during that Dictator versus Phi Guild. But we also have Ronin and Imperial Regalia going on as we speak. So if Minukawa and Introverts decided to end this game fast, we might get a chance to see what's going on between Ronin and Imperial Regalia. But let's see. I think the game is just getting started. Boys and girls, I hope that you guys are ready to see this series between Introverts and Minukawa. Introverts, are they going to win this time? Minukawa getting straight to the push. Asian Shine. They're gonna talk to it. They're gonna collect it. Chaos with the first blood, and that's a 1-for-1 trade. Who's gonna collect the Ace and Shine? Minukawa is raking up in kills, and Minukawa gets the Ace and Shine. Land Protectors and some Asura strikes being landed on the ground. Wow, stupid. Not so stupid for getting 5 kills. Huh. Now Minukawa with 27 points. And now Minukawa with 21 points. Minukawa, they wanted to end this game so fast. Storm Gust being laid down, even with the traps. They're not even scared, they're just disarming it. Or maybe they're just laying some traps of their own. Kratos Maggie now having 5. And Zeal also joined in the count. He went straight to the list. And now they're gonna try to use every skill that they have, even with the hammer fall. And now some Asura strike to each and every one that comes near the base. And just like that, oh, Minukawa is just raining a lot of fireballs from the sky. You also have to partner that with thunder. Storm dust also being used as well. And now they have to go back into focusing how to damage and destroy the ancient root. The Yggdrasil root rather, because they're gonna be taking out the ancient shine. 10 kills? Stupid? Wow! I won't call you stupid if you've got 10 kills, man. This guy is raking up on every kills he gets. 763, Minukawa now on the lead. Double strafe guy now down. Dispel just to wash away the negativities. And now they have to back off and take the Yggdrasil route finally. Back to break is gonna be there as well. Relocation just to get near his opponent. Oh, I can see some lightning and thunder being utilized here. And now the attack, the barrage. They need to take down the root, and they did. Root is now down. They will be waiting for one of the biggest objective of this game. You need to get one of these big boys. The big boys that named Siron. They just have to wait for 7 seconds before it spawns. Now the Zyron has been awakened. Let's see what is going to happen. Minukawa, slowly but surely, they're taking the objective. They don't want to rush towards the core. They don't want any speed run. They want to utilize more and more points. They know what's up, but Introverts also knows what's up. But hey, you got spotted. You're gonna one player, and it's one versus Introverts. Asura strike is there. Can you call for backup? Here comes the backup. They're gonna try to repel the members of the Introverts who wants to go and burn the Yggdrasil root. And now every attack coming in from the side of Minukawa just to repel the members of the Introverts back into their base. Trouble strafe, power thrust, holy cross every time, and the trumpets coming in. Now it's time for the march. They can now go straight to the core, burning everything to the ground. Even with the laid land protector, it's not gonna work. Magnum break is there. Oh my goodness. Shine being collected and bodies being laid down the ground. It's now clear bay for Minukawa. Are you gonna end this? Are you gonna push the core? That is going to be the question. Third series up, and now they're heading straight to the core, knocking it off, trying to put every skill they have right now, burning them all. And now, oh, the punishment is just there. They don't want to come out, and even inside the safe zone, not so safe for the side of Minukawa. Introverts needs to figure out the plan how to stop them from attacking the core. Not the double strafe, even though your attacks are so fast, but you cannot afford to miss the attacks coming in from that. Now Lamp Protector, I believe they just have to wait for 43 seconds before the Zyron spawn again. They're trying to apply some buff and trying to at least toughen up. The members of the Minukawa sure knows how to rake up points. So for the record, guys, there's only one team who reached 300, and that's Minukawa. And this is the team that reached 304 points. They're the only team that reached 304 points. Okay? No team had never reached 300 except for Minukawa. But can they do that? But Minukawa at that time, they are facing Imperial Regalia because they were so pissed. They were so mad because they cannot even stand a chance up against Dictator. And that game versus Dictator, it was so close. It was so close in that game number 1, but Dictator decided to at least take the matters into their own hands. That's why they unleashed their fury on the side of Imperial Regalia. Minukawa, can you do 300 this time? We still have 3 minutes. Minukawa expanding points to 113. Might as well get the second Zyron at this rate. They already did. Are you going to end this? Or do you want to maximize the entire 10 minutes just to maximize your points? You have to be clever. But still, the lead is way too wide. 214 to 19. Almost 200-point lead. And now ankle snare. Okay, somehow Introverts fighting back. Minukawa trying to at least do everything they can just to withstand everything. Ankle snare. Oh no. Ankle snare for this guy. Introverts now topping up. Dodgers getting his 10th kill. We can see the members of Minukawa getting inside the base. They're just clearing up. Even with the Holy Cross, not enough. Jupiter Thunder. And even the skills was also there. They're trying to burn it in, boys. And now they're punching the core. Minukawa, how can you stop these guys? Look at that. Those hits, those miss. They're focusing way too much. Some of the players from Introverts are using the save zone just to keep an eye on what they need to do. Somehow to at least buy some times. Angelus. Bell has told upon their heads. And you've got that guy increasing agility towards your members. The Hunter just wanted to at least rain a barrage of arrows firing towards their opponents, and now that's my work. I mean, I wanna punish my team with some arrows. Here comes some attack speed, and while the other players of the Minukawa is busy in the base, forget it. Let's go and take the last guy. Zyron for more points. Zyron 270 for them, but can they reach a 300 at this rate? Minukawa with the final push. 24 to 271. They're going for the core. Are they gonna end it up with a minute 10? 272. Every skill's being laid towards the entrance of that save zone. They cannot go out. And somehow, look at the burn. Look at that. They're just boxing it out. But congratulations, Minukawa. They did not even break the core, but they got the most game. For stupid, that's not so stupid move because you got 26 kills. Adrian with 22 and Kratos Magi with 19. These guys are your top 3 players of the game. And congratulations to Minukawa for getting a win over game number 1. So, up next is going to be the game 2 of the Introverts and Minukawa. Who is going to win this time around? Will it be the Introverts' time to shine finally on this day? Or is it going to be an easy 2-0 for Minukawa? But as we're talking, Imperial Regalia and Ronin matches are still currently on the way. So maybe later I'll be updating you with the results on who is going to win on that series. But until then, we have to wait and see what's gonna happen in the Introverts versus Regalia matchup, because the next series after the Introverts and Minukawa will be the Dictator versus the Five Guild. So, wow. What a day for us here in the Ragnarok Online LANDVERSE Genesis. And this is a major, major day for us because this is the day for domination. VeenzG will be right back. Welcome back here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination, and now this is going to be the second game between Minukawa and Introverts. So, a quick recap of what happened. Minukawa with 273 points ended up the game up against Introvert in 10 minutes. So, the question is, will Minukawa do the same thing again? And now the fight is currently on the way. Lord gets the first blood, and that's the fastest 16 points that we've seen. Asian Shine as a bonus. That's first 10 kills was an Asian Shine points. Lord Starks now raging with 5 kills, and now we can see some Introverts now being punched into air. Oh man, how can you protect your Yggdrasil root at this rate? But wait, Introverts, they're still trying to defend, but are we going to see some attempt here coming from the Introverts to somehow defend their Yggdrasil root? Oh no. It is Minukawa. It is Minukawa trying to push towards the Yggdrasil core of the Introverts. Minukawa now knocking on their base with 41-2, and now they are deciding to hide in their safe zone. 8 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. All skills used is majority buff, devotion, up, increased agility, just to make sure those hits will connect. Now we can see some Dragon Fear. Bill now has 5 kills. Now we can see some up, and now this guy is so hard as stone. And Asura Strike! He got taken out. Stupid again wants to get back into the charts as the most kills in this game. Lord of Vermilion summoned, and now they're trying to fight through the traps. He got taken out. Triple strafe here again. Yggdrasil root. Are you gonna take it? No, they're gonna be taking bodies first. Yes, they did. Those attacks really hard to connect towards the Yggdrasil root because it keeps on missing. And now Holy Cross, and the burn is just there as well. We can see them try to somehow defend their Yggdrasil root, but the aggression of Minukawa is just way too much. We're almost in our 3-minute mark of the game, and we can see the spawn of the Zyron later on in 15 seconds. They're gonna be knocking on that. How can you defend? That is going to be the question for the side of Introverts. And oh, look at that. Look at here. New item code, Round Robin 31. There. If you cannot read this, I'm gonna spell it out to you. Round Robin 31, all caps. 31 as in the number. Don't type in 31, okay? Don't type in 31 the word, okay? You type in the number. Round Robin 31 is the code, ladies and gentlemen. It's up for grabs. To those of you who did not claim it, come on, claim it up already. Zyron, speaking of claiming, Minukawa claimed the Zyron, and now they're back into objective gaming. Traps now laying on the ground, preventing Introverts to come out of their base. And there is going to be a skirmish. Sonic Blow to finish it off. Dispel, Lord of Vermilion, just to delay some time. Introverts here and there, burning them to the ground. Magnum Break also. Shine being taken. Man. Not showing any mercy to the members of the Introverts, and even with the hammer throw, tomahawk throwing as well. It's all about the core, boys. Look at the spear. Oh, okay, I'm gonna be throwing my spear. Get back to me. Wait a minute, you wanna fight, Bowling Bash? Holy crosses for you. How can you get out? Because the arrows are connecting towards him. And now all members of Minukawa locking in that base. They wanted the core. And now if you wanted the code, here is the code. Day of Domination. Make sure to type it, boys, because you don't want to miss that. You don't want to miss the code, ladies and gentlemen. You need to at least make sure you get the codes. 169 to 12. Is this finally the day wherein Minukawa dominates this entire round robin team? Introverts, when is the time that they're going to stand up and get a W for this tournament? Minukawa waiting for 40 seconds at least. They're just trying to at least wait for the proper time to attack. And now Introverts are laying down some defenses. A lot of buffs being used. Numa, double strafe coming in. Those wings are very, very fast, and they're flying to the air, and now they're back in their normal human form. But can you stop the punishments coming in from these guys? Asura Strike is also there as well. The core commanded a wide silence. You go back, and I call spirits. He got taken out. Even the Lord of Vermilion did not connect as well. And now we can see some Ancient Shrine in the Zyron is now back into the game. We can see Bill having 10 kill streak. That's Ryan from the taking. Minukawa wanted this 20-point Zyron. If they can clear this fast, it's gonna be easy peasy points for them. There's no one to contest, and it's gonna be an easy task. A lot of hits miss, but Zyron is just an easy task for them. Holy Cross. And we have here a lot of ankle snare. And now Fire Pillar, Quagmire. And now they're trying to buff. Increase agility, Fire Pillar, burning them down. And what is going to happen? And I can see some triple strike plus an Asura. The spear with a knockout punch. 1, 2, and 3 for this boy. Adrian, he managed to get 10 by burning down his opponents. X-Ater na being used on the core. A lot of those attacks is not connecting, but you need to make sure you work as a team. This is 36 versus 36 for a reason, boys. They're relocating bodies. They're trying to end this game. And now the sound of the bell is nearer by. We can see the bell tolls. They're waiting for at least 2 minutes in order for them to collect the shine. Or are they waiting for Introverts to come out? It seems like Introverts doesn't want to come out anymore. Yeah. Some of the players are just trying to clean up Introverts base. Dodgers has his 10 kills. Asian Shine, it has been collected. 244 to 20. But can you collect this big guy? Speaking of big guy, they just need 43 seconds to wait for the last Zyron kill. The last Zyron spawn is going to matter. What's going to be the next move? Judas Triple X managed to at least get 5. And now, is it going to spawn here? No, it's way too early. Minukawa, it seems like they had that in the bag though. All pits being surrounded by the members of Minukawa. They're trying to prevent Introverts from accumulating points. They don't want to get the core. Tyron is on the bottom, and this time all forces of Minukawa is gonna go down the bottom. You can see those attacks miss, but some of them are connecting, and now Asura Strike also with a triple attack. A lot of monks punching so hard just to pierce the hard shell of Zyron. And now, with 30 seconds left, can you pierce the base of the Introverts? Now, it's all up to them. Minukawa not letting the members of the Introverts come out of this game. And that is the focus, the concentration that we are seeing. Even Chisa, 5 kills for the Dancer. 7 seconds on the clock. Minukawa is going to... Oh, okay! It did not take exactly 10 minutes for Stupid to have 28 kills. Bill with 26 as the Bard, and we have Kratos Maggie with 21. So, these are your player of the game, and they ended exactly 3 seconds before the game ends. So, ladies and gentlemen, the series is now over. It's 2-0 for Minukawa, and they ended the game at 9 minutes and 57 seconds. 3 seconds before the timer ends. So, Minukawa, that means they will have points 4 to 5. That means that's gonna improve their standings here in the bracket, and Introverts is now sitting on a 0-12 spot. But up next, Dictator versus Guild, the one that you're waiting for. But a little bit of update between Ronin and Imperial Regalia. Ronin won game number 1 with 278 to 11. And now they're currently playing game number 2. But let's see who's gonna win. I'm gonna be updating you guys later on, but I cannot wait to see what's gonna happen between Dictator and Guild. So we're down to our last 4 series for this day number 2, and we are near to see who is gonna come out on top. Is it going to be Dictator? Is it going to be the other guys that is trying to chase them? So let's see what is going to happen here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination. Boys, this has been VeenzG. I hope you guys are doing well in the afternoon. Keep those shoutouts coming. And let's see what is going to be at stake here for our next match. I assure you that this is not going to be boring, because we are talking about Guild and Dictator, 2 of the best teams that we have here playing on the tournament, both from Thailand. They're going to be facing each other. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting, right? So, don't go anywhere, my ladies and gentlemen. Might as well keep those shoutouts coming, and might as well shoutouts to Chubby Daddy, Romeo Sack, Art Dice, Mira Flory, Art Dice, Sacrifice. Hello there, sir. Sue Ramirez, shout out to you. And of course, Angelo Bautista, Benny Kahu, Tui Supat Tanat, shout out. Mr. Adriel de Guzman, Guillotine Strike, Panso Jesse, Ivan James 1, Mene Gonzaga, Rap Octavo, Nix Gaming for shout outs. Ivan James Buen, Rap Octavo, Rix Tasadas, Paul Bryan. To all of you watching on our platforms, of course, we are live simultaneously on our channels. You just have to watch where you wanted to watch. But, going towards this game is very, very much exciting, okay? So, I know that you guys are very, very much looking forward to our conclusion of this tournament, because how many matches are left? 8? Yeah, 8. 8 matches, 4 series to cover. And that means we're going to be seeing them all on this day, right? Are you guys ready? Because I am ready. So I wanted to hear what are your thoughts? Who's going to win? Who's going to win between them? First, we have our standings, by the way. As I've said, Dictator is currently on a 9-1 score. Guild with 8-0. Ronin with 7-1. Minukawa, 5-5. Ooh, tied. Bakonawa with 4-6. 3-2X with 3-7. Imperial Regalia, 2-6. And Introverts with 12 losses. They have to work on their wins, or else they're going to be stuck in the bottom. So they have to win in order for them to at least improve or increase their prize pool. You cannot be happy with $1,500 forever, but as well fight for $2,000, right? So that means next, Dictator and Phi Guild is going to face up with each other. So this is going to be an intense match. Why? Because you can see here on our bracket, Dictator and Phi Guild are the top two teams. So that means this might be the series wherein Phi Guild can have their loss. And if I were Phi Guild, I won't want that to happen. I want my record clean. Dictator, this is going to be their 12. This is going to be their match in order for them to prove that they're still or they're worthy of the top spot. And I know that you guys are itching to find who is going to win in this tournament. So ROLG Major Day of Domination, guys, we're halfway through this tournament and we are just in the mid cards. This mid card is so star-studded, it's action-packed, and I know that you guys cannot wait to see two of the tie greats, two of the best teams in our standings right now fighting on who is going to be the best team. Is it going to be Phi Guild on top, or is it going to be Dictator on top? That question is going to be answered later on in the ROLG Day of Domination, boys. So, first, what are you waiting for? Let's take a break. ROLG Major Day of Domination. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination, and we are just halfway through day number 2, and this is going to be an intense matchup because our next series is going to be Dictator versus Guild. Now I can see during the break, some of them are already commenting who is going to top it off for this matchup. Will Guild go unbeaten 10-0 on this matchup, or will Dictator dictate the narrative of this matchup and then give the Guild their first loss? And that is what we need to see here on this matchup. As we can see on our screen, these are the composition. No assassin, no rogue, no blacksmith. Dictator has no alchemist, while the Guild has one. So let's see how will this matter. Dictator, they just have one knight. Well, they did manage to up the Crusader count though, compared to the 6 Crusader count of the Guild, but 3 sages and 3 monks compared to 4 of Guild. Let's see what will this do in the battlefield. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the best of the best that we have right now, and the game is starting. They're going mid. They're gonna be collecting the Ancient Shine. Who is going to get the first point? 10-3. It seems like Dictator. They managed to get the first touch. Guild, I think they get the first blood. Guild 10-4 score, and they're exchanging blows. 4-5 bodies. Guild did manage to secure that, and now Dictator is now struggling with the aggression being shown here by the Guild. Dictator is now being pushed back. Dictator, they wanted to eliminate the Guild, but no, they have been pushed back towards the Yggdrasil route. The Yggdrasil route is now exposed. It seems like they wanted to give it a go, but Guild is having some struggles. Yes, they managed to poke it up. I think they wanted to at least completely clean the Dictator side, but the game is so close. 21 elimination points from Guild alone, and Dictator only got 4 bodies. Make that 5, and they got the Ancient Shine. That is the point count. Guild is just leading in kills, 23-7. If we're gonna exclude the Ancient Shine count, that's the total elimination count that we see right now. A lot of traps being laid down the ground. And now the fight is just getting heavier. Dictator is on the defensive. Good thing they managed to get the touch of the Ancient Shine. Now they wanted to fight back. Guild, they wanted to go side. Sadao Hunter gets his 5. Mao Crusader also get 5 as well. A lot of Asura Strike is also being there. They wanted to punch through the defense of the Dictator. And now Guild somehow, are they winning? They are winning. They're pushing back the members of the Dictator back into their base. But they need to at least push the Yggdrasil Shrine. And this is the time where Guild, this is the exact moment where Guild is having some struggles. They cannot even go straight towards the route. They had a hard time. It took them 2 minutes to repel the members of the Dictator, and still the defense is going strong. Ancient Shine again has been collected. Clear points for Guild. Dictator only has 10 elimination points. Now, let's talk about 46-11, and the kills count just keep on coming. A lot of skills being used. Dispel, Land Protector, Bowling Dash, and every skill that they need to put on the ground is just to make sure that the Dictator is gonna flee into their base. They need to hide. Guild, they need to do their job, and they keep on shining, boys. Even look at that, the isolation play just to secure the Yggdrasil route. But it took them a lot of time right now. The first objective that they need to take is, of course, this Zyron. Zyron is now up for grabs. Guild are they going to be taking the 15 points? Yes, they did. 92 to 22 score. Objective wise, no, they're focusing on kills. Dictator, are they going to lose this time? But look at the amount of pressure that the Phi Guild is doing. A lot of skills being laid down on the ground. Asura Strike, Land Protector, Double Strafe, and even the Monk is having a hard time to relocate his body because he get easily seen. And now, for Phi Guild, it's all about knocking down the root so they can go to the core. YYY Sonho on his 5th kill. And now we can see the members of the Dictator going side. They want to go to the roots, but there's a lot of traps being laid down the ground. How can you cross? How can you reach the root? Here comes the Phi Guild. Now the trap has been set, and the trap is already getting a lot of bodies. It's time to convert that into our points. They're trying to get as much bodies as they can, and in just a quick of time, they eliminated a lot. And look at that. They're just linking with each other. They knew how to coordinate with each other, and now it's all about the core. The core right now being taken. There's nothing that can stop the Phi Guild right now. Dictator. We've seen them dictate the narrative from their opponents, but it seems like Phi Guild wants to battle and overthrow the Dictator out of the top seat. Phi Guild right now protecting their streak. They don't want to lose, and that is why they keep packing a punch. And as less than 4 minutes, they will be waiting for another Zyron to spawn, and I believe Ginkgo right now getting 5. A lot of Land Protector now. They are trying to ease. They're trying to get back because they know that the Zyron is gonna spawn in a few seconds. And this will be an opportunity, another body relocation just to at least scout some opponents. You need to at least inform or get the vision. Zyron is now outtaken. Shine also being spawned in the middle of that river. And now look at the punches, man. Zyron is left defenseless. He's gonna be knocked down. He's being beaten helplessly. And for the members of the Dictator, they cannot come close into the pit. This is the first time that I've seen Dictator struggle so much. And this time, Phi Guild is forcing them to come home or give your points to us. Asura Strike is there. Jupiter Thunder just to at least strike them with some thunder. And now we can see the members of the Dictator going back. Land Protector just to protect them. Lord of Vermilion is gonna do the same thing. Magnum Break trying to at least hit as well, while giving away some information. Where are our opponents? He's come near. Double Strafe just doing their jobs, trying to punish them left and right. Those attacks keep on connecting. It's really hard for you to somehow stop Phi Guild from attacking. I'm not seeing miscounts, but I am seeing focus and buffs trying to improve the damage, and they took 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Sunho Wizard Genesis number 1. This is their GM, 29 kills. Naiwai Sonho with 19 and Mao Cruza with 16. These are the guys that we need to watch out for. And that is game number 1. Phi Guild proving that they are on top of their game and they do not want to give up their streak. The streak continues, ladies and gentlemen, and this means for the Phi Guild, it's 9-0. Will they complete the 10-0 of this tournament, or will Dictator somehow force a tie in this game just like what they did to Ronin? And this is what we need to look forward into the game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, Dictator and Fireguild was so hot. Even Fireguild, they had a lot of they had a lot of trouble. You know, Dictator did somehow resist, but Fireguild's damage is way too high to overcome that damage. So in the end, it was Fireguild winning on that game. Boys, game number 2, your thoughts? Mira Fiori, shoutouts to you. When 322X next game? Actually, 322X is simultaneously happening as we speak. They're fighting Bakonawa alongside this match right now. So it's currently ongoing. So aside from that, 322X has another match with Minukawa later on. And a lot of supporters, Crypto Gamer, Sacrifice, and Sander. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's just your game number 1. And we're going to be back here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ROLG Major Day of Domination. VeenzG will be with you this afternoon, and we are now into the second game of Dictator versus Phi Guild. Dictator, who's currently on top with 9-1 score. Phi Guild answered the call, and now they have they already had a 9 win and 0 loss, and that's gonna be perfect. Dictator, on the other hand, was handed their second loss thanks to the Dictator, and that makes their score 9-2. So if Phi Guild wins this next game, that means Phi Guild is going to be the top team of this tournament. Also, Ronin was also overtaking Ronin, who also has a 9-1 score. But Dictator somehow was on the next, was below Ronin because of the score, because of the way Phi Guild defeat them in the first game. So Phi Guild, this game is very, very important for them, because if they want to shuffle and shake what's on the board, they have to win and make this a 10-0 for their sake. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Phi Guild and Dictator are now fighting with each other with the same composition of classes that we need to see right now. Shout outs to the chat. Let's give some love to the chat. Tui, Supantanat, shout out. Green, Kahu, Benny. On the YouTube as well, we have Chubby Daddy and Sacrifice. Nicole, Arceo, GM Jesse John Narciso of UNWNTD, Unwanted. Number 1 GM says Nicolo. Okay, Nicolo Arceo having a shout out to the GM Jesse John Narciso. Alright, so let's get this game started. Phi Guild gets the ace and shine, but Kador Noi will be getting the first casualty. But the Phi Guild points keeps on rolling. 15-16. Make that 25. And that's a lot of bodies being toasted. Oh no! 21 kills in an instant. And it's still counting. Make that 25. Let's ignore the ace and shine. 38-2. Dictator suddenly collapsed in that fight. And now we can see Phi Guild going in from the roots. They're trying to push in way too hard. And now the members of Dictators are now trying to buff themselves, prepare themselves, lay out some traps in order for them not to touch the core. And now we can see some of the players of Phi Guild isolating and protecting. They're just zoning out the Yggdrasil route that we can see right now. What is going to be the next move? Ankle snare. A lot of traps there. Dictator has nowhere to go. They have to be careful. Oh my goodness. They're also laying traps of their own. They're trying to endure every bit of pain that they're inflicting. Sa Dow Hunter, 5 kills. Now, Dictator decided to go down. They wanted to get down. They wanted to at least try the other edge of the map to at least rotate and access the Phi Guild's Yggdrasil route. But the Phi Guild is just way too fast. They know that strategy. They had a lookout to spot every member of the Dictator that is trying to sneak. And that's not gonna happen on Phi Guild's watch. That is 67-5. Dictator struggling to get that kill, struggling to defend. Phi Guild is now back, concentrating on the Yggdrasil route. With a Dispel, with a two-hand, every time, every skill. And now we can see another rotation coming in from the Dictator, trying to sneak in on their top side. Dictator, will this favor them? Is the next objective going to be on their side? If Zyron spawns on the top, it's gonna be go time for them. They're gonna be taking it. They're laying a lot of traps. Oh, you can see Dictator's Yggdrasil is being popped. But look at the members of the Dictator going all out. They're waiting. And he's here. Zyron. He went top. And now for Dictator. They're gonna try to take it. But the contests are there. Rai getting 10 kills. Feigl somehow trying to at least eliminate the members of the Dictator. We got you right where we want you. And they're gonna be punching this Zyron, ladies and gentlemen. Every bit of effort. Dictator did manage to cash it in. They waited for the pit. They assume that the Zyron is gonna spawn on top, and then it did. But Feigl, the Feigl decided to take the matters into their own hands and then eliminate the Dictator who wanted to just get 15 points from Zyron. And now, as we continue the game, Dictator is now trying to take up strategy to prevent Feigl from taking the base. The core is now up for grabs. Feigl now having 160. Dictator now on 6. The Dictator currently being overthrown here by the Feigl. They wanted to climb on top, and that's why they want to get the core as fast as they can. We're talking about 5 minutes in, and if you wanted to get the code as fast as you can, might as well type this one in. And now we can see Dictator trying to get out of their comfort zone just to defend and prevent Feigl from ending this early. Holy Cross being used. Some members of Feigl are trying to sneak in, and this is just one, trying to buy some time. Yes, he get eliminated, but the members of the Feigl are working hand in hand just to make sure the Dictator stays in the safe zone as long as they could. And Feigl is going to end with a win, getting the Yggdrasil core. There's a lot of misses, and they just have to work on their accuracy, but they have to back down a little bit because they know it will be taking 50 seconds at least for the next Zyron to spawn. And now the Dictator going in for their last push. We are going on the top side. We wanted to surprise them, but wait a minute. We can see the lookout of the Feigl preventing that to happen. Where are you going, good sir? You are not allowed to go outside your base, and we had this area under lockdown, and that's what Feigl wants to say towards the Dictator side, and that's clear 203 points. Now, 4 minutes in, 4 minutes remaining, 9 seconds before the next Zyron spawn. 20 points at stake. They're gonna be ignoring that one. They're gonna be locking in towards the core. They're using every skills that they have right now just to isolate the members of the Dictator. And Dictator, it seems like the rain is not gonna last long, but the rain of arrows is going to be inside the safe zone. And there you have it, folks. Sun Ho, Wizard Genesis #1 with 29 kills. Wizard Genesis 24 and Sun Ho with 21. Man, the Wizards are just on fire, man. And as I've said, Feigl, they had overthrown the Dictator out of their throne, reclaiming the top spot for them. And that means Feigl is now your top team, 10-0, unbeaten in this tournament. Congratulations. But we also have to update what happened in the other matchup. 322X and Bakonawa. 322X won that fight 200-82. Later on, we'll be updating you on what happened in the game #2 because this game #2 is currently ongoing. We are now seeing the game #2, of course. Ask and you shall receive. You want to know what happened in 322X and Bakonawa? Well, here we go. Bakonawa getting on the defense. Let's see. This just started, by the way. This just started. Okay, and now we can see the first 2 minutes of this game approaching the 3rd minute. So that means the Zyron is gonna spawn anytime soon. So if 322X did manage to win game number 1, that means Bakonawa is trying so hard to defend because they won't let 322X to win again. And now they're trying to... Oh, the Siren is on the top side. Let's go. Let's get it to the pit. Let's try to brawl. 322X is just getting those points. 37-47. Ankle snare provoke. And a lot of AoE skills being cast on the ground. Kylie Ellison. A lot of stream tracks. And somehow it seems like 322X is going to get the first objective, which is Zyron. Asura strike being laid on the ground. The fights just keeps on happening here on the pit. They don't want to push the route. They just want to eliminate. The blood loss is just way too high. We have Devotion. We have Ankle Snare. Auto Guard is also there as well. Only Cross. And now they have to at least improve and increase their agility. 322X marching towards the side. They wanted to get in the middle. They wanted to repel and eliminate the defending members of the Bakonawa. Land Protectors also there with the Ankle Snare. Tomahawk. And a lot of Devotion too. A lot of Devotion as well, just to at least protect. I can see some trumpets on the heads on the side of Bakonawa. And a lot of these spells being used. This might be the push that the 322X are waiting after. They wanted to push the Yggdrasil route, ladies and gentlemen, and they wanted to somehow solidify that win. But are they going to win though? Asura Strike is gonna be there. 322X asserting dominance. Bakonawa right now trying to zone them out, but 322X is just very, very hungry. We wanted to at least take care of these guys. Come on. Bakonawa still having some hard time into stopping the aggression of the 322X. And right now, Bakonawa still trying to buy some time. Okay, this is the first we are now in the 5 minutes of this game. Hammer being thrown at your face. Bam, bam, bam. Spring tap. I'm just busy. But he's being thrown hammer on his way just to clear that traps. Ankle snare is gonna be there. The defenses are quite working. They won't be getting the root, but the way I see it, we can see that the 322X here is almost on 100 points. 199 to 66. 199 to 66. And now make that 100. Asura Strike. Trying to go behind. Spring Trap. A lot of skill and even Acid Terror just to tear the armor. We go to the pit. We go talk. We go talk to this guy, Zyron. Will you give us some points? Give us 20 points. Of course, if I am Bakonawa, I definitely need points. And that's why I'm gonna try to contest, if possible, with this Zyron that's been taken out by the members. And I can see some contestants here. Can they do it? Can they do the contest? 322X try to outnumber the members of the side of Bakonawa. Will they succeed? No. The point is going to go to the 322X. 322X went bottom. There's no attempted push towards the Yggdrasil route of the 322X. But seems like the game is going to end in 10 minutes. Now trumpets being sounded on that game, ladies and gentlemen. They're throwing a lot of hammers. Prodium, Land Protector, also have Provoke and Dispel. Double Strafe just to at least hit them hard. You don't know what hits your opponent. Now we're almost done into the game. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is the time wherein the game ended on our first match. Phi Guild and Dictator, that's what happened, but the game still continues. Holy Cross! He vanished! He's back into the game. He's using Holy Cross just to at least poke the Yggdrasil root. And now they're 2, they're 3. They wanted to at least push. They wanted to at least take down the Yggdrasil root. But the 322X is not gonna let them. 150 to 80. A lot of land protectors in a double strafe I see on this map. Are you gonna shower some arrow towards your opponent's side? Bowling Bash, Dispel, and a lot of Devotion too. Just to absorb way too much damage, boys. Are they gonna Reflect Shield and an Arrow Shower? Even the Acid Terror is always there as well. Devotion and an Uproar. This is gonna be the Uproar for the side of the Bakonawa. Will this be the comeback? Are they gonna try to at least catch up? They're trailing behind by 59 points. Make that 60. Now 322X planning their offense. They wanted to push the Bakonawa back into their base and then get the Yggdrasil root and front as fast as they can. But can they do it? Land Protector on the ground. Now it's time for the last big boy, Zyron, to make his appearance. This will give 25 points to whoever successfully eliminates the Zyron. But no attempts made. 195, almost 200 for the side of 322X, ladies and gentlemen, and Bakonawa trying to repel them. They're just counting. They're just counting. They just wanted bodies. They just wanted to get to the 200 count, boys. Are you gonna focus on the root? No, let's focus more on the player. 202 to 97. 322X asserting every hard-hitting punishments that they have on this game, preventing them to win 204 to 97. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your game between 322X and Bakonawa. Clearly 322X winning that game. So that means 322X right now already has wins. 2 wins to add into this game. And now Phi Guild, let's talk about Phi Guild. Phi Guild is on a roll, 10 to 0. Now let's talk about Phi Guild. Phi Guild has 2 more matches. So if they manage to perfectly defeat Imperial Regalia up next for this series, and then we also have Ronin and Phi Guild just to close the night. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be our game. We're halfway through, 3 more series to witness, and who is going to be the greatest team ever to grace? Is it going to be Phi Guild, or can Dictator and Ronin catch up? That's what we need to see. But Ronin and Phi Guild for our main event isn't that bad after all. So let's see if Phi Guild gonna finish this tournament unscattered. But let me know your thoughts in the comments, ladies and gentlemen. And daming Mr. Long Bomb sa Phi Guild. Last ng long range. And ROLG Major Day of Domination. We will be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ROLG Major Day of Domination. And now we're on our fifth series. We're gonna be seeing these two teams battle it all out. So it's gonna be Ronin and Minukawa fighting it all out in this series. So Ronin has a 9-1 standing, 90% win rate out of 10 matches, and Minukawa has 5-5. That means they won 5, they lost 5, 50% out of 10 games. So this will determine who will be the better team on this matchup. Minukawa hailing from the Philippines and Ronin from Thailand. So that means if I'm Minukawa, I definitely need these points because this is some of the way I can climb up the ranks. So let's see how will this one goes. And as this fight is happening, we have Imperial Regalia versus Five Guild going to happen at the same time here in the sidelines. So this is just the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how can these teams show us their resilience, their determination in order for them to win this major event Day of Domination, of course, by RAGNAROK, LANDVERSE, Genesis. And now let's give a huge love to our chats, Chubby Daddy, Rai Rai, Silus, Nicolo, Arceo, GM Ray, shout outs to you as well, representative of the Filipinos in New York. We have Sacrifice here in the chat, Kalino, Mirafiore, there you go. We also have here Denny Santiago, Grin, Tui, Supatanat, Kahushon, Benny, shout outs to each and every one of you. I know that you cannot wait for this match to happen. So, what is going to be at stake here? If I am Ronin right now, and I'm on the top 3, of course I need that W. This will mean that I will get 2 more points, and if Ronin wins 2-0 in this series, they will be ending up in 11-1. But let's not forget, Five Guild's match is currently happening at the same time up against Imperial Regalia, so Ronin will get close to Five Guild. They might overtake Five Guild if that happens. But if Five Guild also gets a 2-0 on this series, that means it's 12-0 for them. How can you stop Five Guild at this rate? Meanwhile, Ronin, they have 1 loss on their count. So you have to inflict damage towards Five Guild. You have to punish them. You have to make sure that you exploit their weakness. But it seems like no one has found Five Guild's weakness as of yet, and that is why they are on a roll on this tournament. They are dominating. They are trying to stomp every teams that is participating here on this tournament and showing that they're the best here in the major event Day of Domination. Well, this is what the tournament is all about after all, right? It's major day for the teams, and it's gonna be the Day of Domination, and that's what they need to do. So, what is going to be at stake for Minukawa? Somehow, Minukawa will somehow do the job of punishing or dragging, I must say. They're gonna try their best to drag Ronin down. So if ever that happens, it's gonna be 7-5 for Minukawa, 9-3 for Ronin. And if Minukawa, they also have one more match, and that's gonna be for Bakonawa. And if Minukawa won that series and then Ronin lost their other series, this is gonna be good. And by the way, Ronin versus Five Guild is gonna happen later on in our main event, so make sure you stay tuned. So I hope you guys are doing so well. Special thanks to RAGNAROK, LANDVERSE, Genesis for this awesome event. So if you're not tuned in, ladies and gentlemen, might as well watch on our social. We're live currently on Facebook. We're also live on YouTube. By the way, this is the official English broadcast, and we also have the official Thai broadcast. If you want to tune in, you can find that on the Maxion YouTube channel. Of course, I wanted to give love and huge shout outs to each and everyone that is currently involved in this major day of domination. I want to give some love, of course, to our staffs, to our tournament organizers. Thank you so much for having this event for our teams to participate in. And they even threw in 30,000 US dollars at stake thanks to RAGNAROK LANDVERSE Genesis. And if you manage to get the first place, that means you get the biggest share, 33%. You get 10,000 US dollars. And the 66%, it will be distributed among the teams depending on their ranking. So 6,000 for the second place, 4,000 for third. Fourth place will be getting 3,000, fifth and sixth 2,000, and just by joining in this tournament, you already got 1,500 US dollars. So what are we waiting for? We are now on the Ronin versus Minukawa matchup. So this is for us to see no assassins, but Ronin has one rogue. That's the difference in their lineup, ladies and gentlemen. Still, the only team that I see with an assassin, a huge count of assassin, is Introverts. So let's see if that is going to matter for this game. So let's start our major day of domination, brought to you by RAGNAROK LANDVERSE Genesis. So I cannot wait to get this started again. Might as well give a huge shout outs to the organizers of this tournament, G Live. We also have to shout out for Maxion as well for providing RAGNAROK LANDVERSE Genesis for our players. And of course, you can see the love. You can see how competitive the players are. I love that RAGNAROK already has an esports scene, because before, guild versus guild does exist, and this time they have to do this on a MOBA style, team versus team, two sides of the map, objectives being taken, more points, more chances of winning. So this is an interesting take for the usual RAGNAROK that we are seeing right now. And of course, love for our audiences who's currently tuning in. Some of them are asking what's gonna be the next matchup. Clint Solera, GM Ray. Oh, Charina misses GM Ray, says Clint Solera. We also have Jabby Daddy waiting for new codes. Congratulations, GG. Rai Rai as well, Silus. Okay, so might as well tell me. Is my audio quality good? Okay. Don't worry. So if there's something happening for you guys on chat in the Philippines, let me know if you're safe, okay? We are all affected by, we're all affected by the typhoon, so let me know if that affects the sound quality, okay? So hope you guys are safe, but let's now enjoy this major day of domination. Day number 1, Ronin and Minukawa. Ronin managed to get a touch of the Asian Shine, First Blood, as well as a bonus for the team Ronin side. But Minukawa already answered back. You get 1 life, we get 2. Buy 1, take 1 exchange for them. Ronin with 12-3 score. Minukawa wanted to get ahead. Now it's 4-4. The Asian Shine is the reason why Ronin has 10 easy points for their team. But we can see Minukawa trying to fight for their life. They're trying to repel the members of the Ronin inside their base. But what is going to happen here? 16-7. Asura Strike is going to be casted, but there's a lot of land protectors laying down the ground. AoEs coming in from the Wizard just to burn the members of the participating teams of Who's Who. Ronin side here, they're on the green gas. Minukawa being pushed back towards their side. The Reaver is the halfway. And now we can see Minukawa attempting to step on the green grass of Ronin. But now we can see some Asura Strike. Minukawa's members wanted to go in the middle. They're even throwing hammers. They're even throwing fireballs up from the sky. Storm Gust is gonna be used as well, and then some crazy uproar to turn this crazy situation around. And there you have it, folks. You can hear the Jupiter thunder on my side as well, because this game is very much chaotic. Now Axel Snare moving forward, Ronin. Now we can see a lot of traps being laid down on the Minukawa side, preventing Ronin to access the Yggdrasil route. Magnum Break also being used. Land Protector just to at least protect the members of the Ronin. Decreased agility to somehow suffer the buff. Will this somehow prevent the members of Ronin to somehow poke the Yggdrasil route? I mean, they just need to march forward, or can they wait for like 45 seconds to wait for another big objective to spawn like the Zyron? They need points. Ronin is definitely raking in kills. They got 2 Ancient Shines as of the moment, and they got, let's say, 42 kills. That's a lot comparing to Minukawa, who's currently struggling on defense. And finally, Ronin has the control of the Yggdrasil route, and we can see some Astral Strike just to zone out the members of the Minukawa. Land Protector, you cannot set foot on our land. That's what Minukawa said, and the defense are still ongoing, repelling the members of Ronin. And now Ronin, okay, let's go back, let's chill. We all know what to take. We need to take the Zyron. We need 15 points. 5 kills for Stupid. What's going to be the next move? We can see some arrows being shot at. Sephi, WZ, the wizard, is just doing his wizard thing with an AoE and magical damage, burning down the members. Minukawa not stopping. They wanted to continue the push. They wanted to continue the onslaught, but Ronin somehow successfully got the goods. They got 15 points of the Zyron, and Sojiro here as the wizard. Man, you can rely on wizard when it comes to damage. AoE damage, probably damage over time as well. You don't want to set foot in all those spells. They are being casted. We can see Lord of Pavilion as well. Are they raising the ground? Storm Gust. And now with some crazy uproar, trying to at least buff them up to take control over the Yggdrasil route. Another shine to collect. Ronin right now having huge amount of kills, objectives for their taking, and if they get this route, this means 30 points. Feature Storm also raising the ground as well. Storm Dust to counter that off. Again, there are a lot of wizards as well using Storm Dust just to prevent Minukawa from coming out. Alina has a lot of kills in her banner, but they're not stopping as well. Heaven's Drive is also there. Land Protector, and now they're provoking with the Ankle Snare as well. Land Protector also trying to at least protect the land from the pushes coming in from the Ronin side. And as we can see, an Asura Strike attempt coming in for the members of the Minukawa. Spellbreaker, but he got his ankle broke in the process. Now Asura Strike on the side of Ronin as well. Spear Boomerang just to throw it to the members of the Ronin, but you can see the focus. Now Asura Strike as well nearby, but you cannot go near towards the members of the Ronin. And now we can see some Holy Cross on melee. He managed to get cross. He managed to get close to the members of the Minukawa, and the route has given up. It's now all about the core. Crazy uproar. Trying to buff up. They know that it's almost 6 minutes. They have to get this big objective, ladies and gentlemen. But it seems like the Zyron went down the bottom. Ronin, are they going to somehow poke it out? Let's see if ever Ronin is gonna have that 20 points in the bag. Now a lot of skills. Dispel just to wash it off. Zyron is gonna be awarded to the hands of Ronin, 202 to 29. Minukawa trying to fight for their life. Kratos Maggie already having 5 kills. Zoro with no sword having 10 kills. And now the action, the blows cannot contain itself. Jack, we also got 10. And Ronin actually trying to advance a little bit just to get into the core. The final defense that Minukawa needs to do is to prevent Ronin from stepping into their base and then getting the Yggdrasil core. Because if that exploded, this game is going to be over. But how can you do that in 2 minutes and 45 seconds? While Minukawa launching an all-out defense, and just by the looks of it, Ronin is utilizing every distance, every AoE skills that they have. And now Spear Boomerang from the side of Minukawa just to hurt the members of the Ronin, but we can see some Asura strike! And then after that, he even called some spirits. Now, Ronin has to disarm all those traps. And then after they disarm, they can finally march to the core. Minukawa is gonna reinforce the core. They need to defend it with all of their life because 2 minutes is going to be a lot. 2 minutes is going to be the time they need to take. Ronin right now is grabbing the core, but some of the hits keeps on missing. They have to at least make sure that those attack speeds are crazy fast so that the miscounts, some of the painful attacks can pierce through the Yggdrasil core. Minukawa, are they going to defend Ronin? They know that this is going to be the final objective, and that's why they respect that. They back it off. Let's go for the Siron, by the way. Go for the last Siron. It's 25 points. So if we got the Siron, that's gonna be another 25 points in the bag. Are they gonna knock? So Minukawa, while this is happening, Ronin is just taking down the Zyron. Minukawa is reinforcing defense. But with 43 seconds left on the clock, yes, you will prevent Ronin from exploding your core, but you cannot prevent Ronin from winning the game because they already have 276 thanks to the 25 points that they got on that last Zyron. And now it's all about the base, ladies and gentlemen. It's not about the song, but this is all about the core. They're gonna try to miss it out. They're gonna try to isolate the members of the Minukawa. And now we can see the countdown timer hitting 9, 8, 7. Are they gonna explode the core before then? Or is it going to be a clean victory either way? Ronin wins this match. And let's talk about the players. Alina getting 44. Pharaoh D with 13. And Bard Jim also getting 13 kills all throughout that game. And that is it for this matchup. Congratulations, Ronin, for winning your first game. Now, let's see what Minukawa has stored in their plans in order for them to force a 1-1 to the side of Ronin. Folks, this is just the beginning. Now, might as well update on the other match that is currently happening at the same time right now. Phi Guild versus Imperial Regalia. Phi Guild obviously won that fight, but the score is quite low. 10 to 84. Probably Imperial Regalia shut themselves off the base, preventing kill counts from happening. So, let's say 30 points from the Yggdrasil route. They also got the Ancient Shine, and also, most likely, they will be getting the other points. But ROLG Major Day of Dominations, game number 2 between Ronin and Minukawa. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. ROLG Major Day of Domination. This is going to be the second match against Ronin and Minukawa. So, tell the tape, Ronin already won first up against Minukawa with the 282 to 48, and Minukawa is clearly looking for a way to tie this series. And while this is happening, Five Guild also won their first matchup against Imperial Regalia with 10 to 84 score. And now we are moments away from seeing the game number 2 unfolds. And then after that, there's 4 more matches, 2 more series up in this afternoon. So Minukawa and Ronin might as well get this game started. I know that you guys, some of you might be affected by the rain here, my fellow countrymen here in the Philippines. I hope that you guys are safe. And just like that, if you cannot come out, if you're at home, might as well enjoy this broadcast with a little bit of Ragnarok on the sides, because this game is gonna be interesting. Look at Ronin, they already had 1 point. They don't have any assassins, but they have 1 rogue in their team, in their lineup. So let's see what is going to be the plan. Hunter, you know, they're the damage leaders, as we can see right now. Wizard also as well, they're doing so good. Sustain, of course, you've got the priest and the sage to do that, and the crusader also is going to be the defensive guy just for you. So let's see what is going to be the game plan of Minukawa to tie up this series. And here we go. I can hear the music. The game is definitely heating up for both of our teams. Minukawa and Ronin. Ronin looking for that W. Again, they managed to win on the series, and also Five Guild managed to win. So that means still Five Guild is on top. Not unless we had a news. We had a news actually. We had a news that somehow game number 2 of Imperial Regalia and Five Guild is now done 2 to 72 in favor of Five Guild, and that means Five Guild is now at a 12-0. Ronin, if they manage to win, this is going to be 11-1 for them. Still not enough to top off Five Guild, but I can sense that if Ronin and Five Guild finally face each other on our main event, this will somehow settle the score. Once again, Ronin and Minukawa fighting for that point. Too late, not too late for first blood. Minukawa, they did reply back. They did reply back, but Minukawa and Ronin, okay, Minukawa got the Asian shine. That's what I'm about to say. But Ronin is leading in kills, 9 compared to 6 of Minukawa. The punches are hard, the blows are heavy. They wanted to at least dish out a lot of damage here on this tournament, and this time around, they wanted to go on a strafing. Those hunters are just hitting both. They wanted to make sure that that will connect. They're just exchanging arrows, ladies and gentlemen, and the supports are trying to buff them as much as they could. They even placed a land protector to protect them at all costs, and just like that. What is going to be the next move of Minukawa? Are they gonna push them back? They have the lead currently, but Ronin is leading in kills. 20 kills for them compared to 13 of Minukawa. Asura Strike is gonna be used as well with a triple attack coming in from the Monk. Double strafe non-stop from the Hunter. And now he's gonna try to hunt for more kills. Sphere Boomerang being thrown at his way. And now Minukawa was forced to back off. They are trying to go back to safety because they had laid out their traps. So what is going to happen if ever that Minukawa lost all the traps? That means Ronin is gonna grab that Yggdrasil root that Minukawa is protecting. Chime. I think Ronin will be getting this at ease. No contestments made. Minukawa sure has a lot of traps, waiting for the Ronin to at least come close into the base. Adrian here right now. He's gonna try to somehow break the defense of Minukawa, but they're toughening up. But wait a minute, actions happening here left and right. We can see some members of the Minukawa try to at least go close, but they got short. Minukawa right now laying out the defense. A lot of arrows, double strafe being thrown out, spear boomerang, and a lot just to keep Ronin away. But you cannot keep Ronin out. They're desperate. They wanted to go for the Yggdrasil route. But now I think Ronin will be backing off a little bit because we are talking about the Zyron. Okay? This is 15-point Zyron. And if Ronin managed to get this, it's gonna add into their scores. And that's why they're out. And Minukawa can definitely use this time to somehow lay some traps. Information, they got word that Ronin is definitely doing the side quest as we speak. But no contestants made, and now Ronin went out of the pit. Minukawa started to fight back. The defenses are coming through. Kratos Maki getting 5 kills in total. And now, if you want to get codes, here you go. You have to type in, boys. Lord of Vermilion, Land Protector, and a lot of Jupiter Thunder just to pain them off. What is going to happen in this bout with Ronin clearly in the lead? Shine again spawn in our 4th minute of this game. And if Ronin gets this, they'll be 1 point before 100. Now, Yggdrasil route is going to be the target of Ronin. Welcome to the 100 mark, Ronin. And they will be going towards the side, but there's a lot of traps. You need to dispel that first. And now they're trying to disarm and remove all those traps on the floor so that the members of the Ronin can flow slowly and surely towards the Yggdrasil route. And now they're laying traps of their own, trying to at least hold on to this game, trying to repel the members of Minukawa. You cannot oust us. You cannot remove us. You might as well go to the base. That's what Ronin wants to do. They have this agility decrease, and right now pushing them away. Ronin trying to somehow fight up against Minukawa. Sojiro Willow Sword getting the 5-kill milestone. That's a kill streak for the guy. 46 to 112. Pharaoh D again getting 10, and they're looking for more. Clearly, they wanted to go for more, and I can see some Azure Strike and a Magnum Break. Now, you have to lock in towards the roots. A lot of misses happening, but there's shots connecting. Heavy hitting blows. Hunters trying to aim down that route, but we have a white silence coming through the route. Okay, we can see some cut calls here. They wanted to regroup. Minukawa, something in mind. They know that this 6 minute is going to be there. If they wanted to get the Zyron, might as well contest with this. But how can you contest when Ronin is making sure that they're trying to isolate everyone who comes into the pit? And to their surprise, top lane, Zyron spawns on top on the Minukawa side of the map. But Ronin has full control. Land Protector, Alina getting 20. That's quite insane. Ronin having 129 points, and Minukawa trying to figure out how can we push back the members of the Ronin. Either play aggressive or, make sure that the members of the Ronin will be eliminated. But how can you eliminate them? They're trying to fight. Even with the Stone Curse, just to keep him in place, they're just gonna try to wash it off with this spell. And now Adrian getting 10. Now Ronin is gonna go back to what they wanted to do in the first place. Take the Yggdrasil route. Yggdrasil route now being out for grabs here, but the time is ticking. I believe Ronin will be needing huge amount of time in order for them to break the core, but breaking the root and getting 30 points is quite possible. Minukawa again laying the last line of defense. A lot of traps is there. Land protectors too. We also have some spells casted, but Ronin is calling all army. They're calling all units. They're trying to punch it out. Root. Minukawa's Yggdrasil root has been taken out. Now the score is 57 to 206. They're waiting for the 8th minute. Probably the Asian Shine. But Ronin said that, okay, we can do something about it. Or we can force the members of Minukawa to go out. That's what you want to do, right? That is going to be a lot of traps being laid down, but skills AoE wise, Wizards are working wonders, trying to at least inflict a lot of damage towards the members of the Minukawa. Ronin trying to fight hard, trying to at least reach the core. They already had it exposed, but right now Minukawa is struggling. They're defending, but Ronin managed to find an opening, and they're eliminating the players one after another. Tomahawk being used and even the spear boomerang, but that's not enough. Ronin can go for the core, but how can you end this game with 1 minute on your clock? Probably the best thing that they can do right now is to get the last Zyron for this game. The last Zyron will be up there, will be down there, okay, on the Ronin's part of the map, the icy part, the icy pit. Ronin has absolute control, and now Minukawa checking the top area, realizing that the Zyron isn't there. They went bot, they fight in the river. Zyron has been taken out. Minukawa versus Ronin. This is going to be a bloodbath. A lot of skills being used. Even the Asian Protector ones. Double Stripe is going to be there. 5 kills by this guy. And now, not so stupid for this guy because he's trying to rake up kills. Asura strike from behind. And now we can see the Hunters doing all their job. Plus, the buffs coming in from all those supports. J. Krug getting the 5 kill milestone. We count towards the end of the game with 4 seconds left on the clock. It's clearly a Ronin's game with 273 points versus 66. Congratulations, Ronin. You have won this match up against Minukawa, and this will definitely improve your score here on our scoreboards. And let's talk about the player of the game. Alina getting 34. Jack Wee getting 19, and Bard Jim. I mean, look at this Bard, man. He's a Bard killer. Usually, he's providing support from the backlines, but he's now playing his melody. He's the lead musician. That's what he needs. That's why he needs to stand out, this Mr. Jim. Okay? Congratulations once again. And the series is now over between Ronin and Minukawa. So, Minukawa, they have to prepare also for their last match later on tonight up against Bakonawa, and also Ronin will prepare for their last match up against Phi Guild. Wow. Imperial Regalia, again, they have a match coming up next, and they will be facing 322X, and that's gonna be both of their last match. Again, speaking of last match, it's also the last match of Introverts versus Dictator. But we still have 2 more series to go. I mean, the end is currently closing, so that means you have to stay tuned up until the very end of the ROLG Major Day of Domination. VeenzG will be right back. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, just in time for the series of Imperial Regalia and 322X, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we did not miss anything about it, but Imperial Regalia missing the first Ancient Shine. That is an easy 10 points for the side of the 322X, ladies and gentlemen. So, what is going to happen here if 322X Dopey did manage to get the first blood plus an additional kill for their team as well? 322X now trying to at least expand their lead. Are they going to invade the territory? Imperial Regalia trying to figure out how can they repel the members of the 322X. Welcome back, by the way, here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination. VeenzG is going to be your caster. We are just right in time. The start of the game commencing. Now 322X is clearly dominating this early phase of the game, and that's 5 kills in total. 322X. Now they're trying to collect more and more bodies here from the members of the Imperial Regalia, and they wanted to go for the root. They wanted to go for the push to end this game, but they have to go all out. Land Protector being laid out, Meteor Storm just to isolate the members of the Imperial Regalia. And now we can see some Bowling Bash and a lot of these spells happening right now. And an Auto Guard actually, trying to at least defend from the attack coming in from the Imperial Regalia. The Hunters are now working wonders. They're trying to at least penetrate through all those defense. That is going to happen here and then. 1-32. That's gonna be the score. Now 322X waiting for another Ancient Shine, but it's still less than a minute left before the big boy Zyron makes his first appearance in this series. Now we can see some Power Rush, and now we can see them going through. Dragon Fear right now being used here by the Yggdrasil Root. Imposito Manus and some critical wounds, and they're trying to provoke the members of the Imperial Regalia just to go there. Sonic Blow actually trying to fend them off. Imperial Regalia already got their first kill, and now let's see what's gonna happen next. Asura Strike from behind, 10 kills in total from X-Dope. Imperial Regalia and 322X now trying to fight. 5 kills for Mr. Dumbfounded. But are they gonna finally break? Are they going to finally break the Yggdrasil Root? But before that happens, Zyron had made his appearance. Where is he? Is he on top or is it on the bottom pit? He's on the bottom pit. He's on the 322 side of the pit. Icy pit. I can see they're trying to capitalize on this one. Now we can see some alchemists trying to at least get the weapon up and running in order for them to fast clear the Zyron. That's an easy 15 points for the members of 322X. Now, Imperial Regalia got 3 kills in total. Well, 322X is almost on 100. Crazy Uproar, Auto Guard, we got Bowling Bash, and a Cold Bolt just to at least eliminate the guy. Baba getting 5 kills as well, and now we can see some punishment coming in from the arrows, barraging through the Yggdrasil Root. Are they gonna expose the core just yet? Shine again, going back into the game. That's the 4-minute shine that they need to collect, but the Yggdrasil Root of the Imperial Regalia is now broken. It's time for the core. Where's the defense? Imperial Regalia, there's little traps that I can see on the floor. 322X can access the core very, very quick, and they're raining a lot of Meteor Storm into this game. The alchemists are trying to perfect a weapon just to at least help and aid the members of the Imperial Regalia. Springtrap being disarmed. Quagmire and an ankle snare. Magnum Break getting close. Energy Coat. Asura Strike. Improved concentration from behind, but somehow one member of the 322 spots him. This spell is also working wonders as well. Oh, Magnum Break! Weapon perfection and a Magnum Break. As we can see here, provoke. No, you cannot attack my teammates. You better attack me. And this is going to be the narrative of this game because 322X wants to finish this early and they're trying to lock in into the core. The core is now being on heavy under attack, and that's 20 kills for Mr. X Dope. And now we can see some arrows raining from the sky together with the meteor, together with everything that 322 has right now to end this game. And 15 seconds before the second Zyron spawns into this game. Quick attack. A lot of misses happening. How can you defend? 7 to 161. Zyron, this is the second time. It gets 20 points in total. Imperial Regalia can probably use this time to somehow lay some traps. Ace and Shine again collected. Now, they're sparkling. They're being affected. I can see some Jupiter Thunder being casted as well and a Nod Protector just to delay the advances of the Imperial Regalia while the 322X are trying to take this big die down. They wanted to take the Zyron out of this game in order for them to get that point. Now, a lot of members of the 322X are working, collaborating in order for them to tame the beast. Zyron finally will fall to the hands of the 322X. 204 to 17. Imperial Regalia right now, they're going close. They're gonna try to at least get close into the pit of the Imperial Regalia. The 22X, ladies and gentlemen, is gonna march towards the core. Is this going to be it? Finally, is it going to be the end for Imperial Regalia? Are they gonna destroy the core and get this game number 1 in their favor? They need this win, and that's why 322X is going all out. They still have 2 minutes and a half before this game ends. Now, okay, there's a Dragon Fear just to push the members of 322 away. Now, the core protected himself. We're talking about the Ace and Shine again being collected by the members of the 322X. Imperial Regalia, do they have something in mind here? Are they gonna go head to head? Are they gonna go fight? Are they gonna challenge the members of 322X? They managed to get one, but they lost one in return. Imperial Regalia once again, they get another. But 322X is on a defense. Now the backup has come. 1 minute and a half. They just need 30 seconds for the last Zyron to spawn, but that doesn't matter anymore. Imperial Regalia are now trying to get back inside the base, and that's 10 kills by the monk named Dumbfounded. So the strike somehow it's not gonna land. The Phragium being used as well, and the Quagmire. He's gonna try to lay down the ground. Magnum Break. This is gonna be used as well. Now, the last minute has fallen onto us. Zyron is going to make his last appearance into this game. PC09. Wow. He's also getting 5 kills in this game. Now, it's on the Imperial Regalia side of the map on the top pit. 322X wants to expand their points, and that's why they need to take this 25 points. And now the defenses are also coming through. And now after they got what they want, they still have 25 seconds to somehow shatter the core of the Imperial Regalia. Is this going to be the end game? And it took the X-Dope to get 40 kills, Bubba with 13, and Velrit with 10 with 9 seconds remaining in the clock. So that means this game is a total amount of 9 minutes and 51 seconds. 3-2-2X getting the win on this matchup. Imperial Regalia suffered one loss. So this means 3-2-2X is now on a 6-7 run, and Imperial Regalia is going to be on a 2-11 loss. So we still have one more matches to go, but simultaneously happening, Introverts versus Dictators match is also happening on the sidelines. And after this series, we are heading towards the main event. So what are you waiting for, guys? Imperial Regalia versus 322X is quite hot. And let's see how will Imperial Regalia try to bounce back. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the ROLG Major Day of Domination. VeenzG will be right back. Welcome back to the ROLG Major Day of Domination. VeenzG is going to be with you, and this is the game number 2 of the series between Imperial Regalia and 322X. So while we're at it, scores are in. Dictator, they managed to win their series up against Introverts, and that is a clear 2-0. And now, if we're going to be seeing the standings, Dictator already has an 11-3 standings out of 14 matches, and that is going to be their last match. And for Imperial Regalia and 322X, this is also their last match on this round robin, and this is why they need to give their all. They need to show everything they got on this match, because this is the last time they're gonna be scoring a win. So if Imperial Regalia wants to make an impression, then probably defeat 322X out of this bracket. And to recap it all, the score was 270 to 24 in favor of the 322X. Okay? So composition wise, no assassin, one rogue for Imperial Regalia. They also had one blacksmith each, and 322X, they don't have rogue, but they have an alchemist to top it off. So let's see. I mean, I think they utilize an alchemist in this game. They're trying to enhance a weapon being created here by the alchemist, and then it boosts some of the stats coming in from the attacker. We've seen Hunter going crazy with his bow, Crusader trying to block everything they got, and Wizard trying to burn everyone into a rays of fire, while Monk is gonna try to go for the sidelines and then knock each and every person he sees. So this might be an interesting end game for both of these teams, as we are now getting into the conclusion of the 322X and Imperial Regalia. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is about to begin. Ace and Shine once again being contested, but 322X managed to get the first touch. There's no casualty yet. There's no first bloods happening. And now, Ona Beast decided to kill that streak. No, Vince, we're gonna show you some first blood, and this is what happens. 13-0, Dictator 4 kills, 5 kills in total, and 322X isn't stopping. 322X wants to go to the icy part of the map, but we can see Imperial Regalia. Are they trying to toughen up their defense once again? No. They should be. They should toughen up their defense. But wait a minute, they're trying to at least clear and get the members of the Imperial Regalia, because they somehow wants to backdoor. They wanted to go towards the sides. They wanted to surprise the members of the 322X here. Now Imperial Regalia losing so many bodies on that attempt. And now it's 322X turn. They will now try to get into the Yggdrasil route, but there's a lot of traps being laid out. 5 kills for the guy, and now they're opening fire to take down the Yggdrasil route. But there's a lot of misses though. You have to shoot your shot. You have to hit your chances. Bows flying through the air. No, you cannot see a bow flying, but rather an arrow. Body relocation. He's being spotted, and now he managed to get out just in time before he got caught. We need to see some arrow shower coming in from the hunters of Imperial Regalia, but 322X is also have something in mind. A lot of misses though. They have to improve their stats in order for them to connect the damage in the Yggdrasil route. Imperial Regalia right now, are they gonna try to counter that off? Asian Shine now being collected by the members of the 322X, and that gives them 50-3. The score is there, but wait a minute. We can see the back door, and they're trying to at least get away from it. We just try to at least get a taste of the free will. You know, if you see a fried chicken freshly cooked, of course you will be tempted to at least get the skin out of it and then feel the crunch. That's what Imperial Regalia did into the Yggdrasil route. They wanted to at least get a taste of it real quick and then get out. Because they had to repel the members of the 322X. It's very, very much pointless if they if they are trying to at least knock it off. Look at the manpower the 322X has. 322X now will be trying to back off a little bit because the big guy is back on the map. Zyron, they need to take this guy. They need to control him. And Zyron now being punished hard, and this will be an easy peasy for them. It took them like 25 seconds to clear the Zyron, and they could now focus on the Yggdrasil route. Finger offensive dispel. They have to increase their stats as well, and we can see a lot of land protectors being laid down the ground. Numa being used as well. Now double strafe just to at least get out of trouble, but they're being chased away. 322X wants to push them back inside their base. We want to take your route, and now we're coming after your core. That's the message. Defender is also there. Arrows flying in the air. We're gonna be seeing them shoot. And now Raccoon has blessed his presence here. Nice isolation play. They managed to zone out Imperial Regalia just to secure the Yggdrasil route. They still have 5 minutes and a half to somehow attempt to end this game. They can also choose to somehow get the second Zyron before anything happens. Body relocation, he cannot relocate, but one thing's for sure, he did manage to relocate back into the base with a penalty debuff on his hands. Imperial Regalia right now doing everything they can to stop 322 from breaking their core. But I think I know one reason or one thing that can stop 322X right now from touching the core is this 6-minute mark. Or probably not. They're not even taking the Zyron. Okay, pardon me. It's a minute early. They're just trying to clear every sides. No one is gonna come out of the safe zone. Now, what is going to be the game plan? Are they gonna shower a lot of arrows with those land protectors on, just being left on the ground? And there's a spring trap being activated. Ankle snare is gonna be there as well, and they decided to get down. Probably positioning themselves in the pit is a better idea, but they're in the middle. They're creating their own safe zone in the middle. Imperial Regalia, if they wanted to at least get across the river, they have to go through the members of the 322X. That's what they want to do. Zyron is now up. Where is the big guy? Probably on the 322 side of the map, or probably on the icy part where Imperial Regalia side is. And it is on the Imperial Regalia side of the map, the icy pit. 177 to 12, and all of those monk attacks and the hunter attacks, and now they have been blessed by that wonderful angel. Zyron will be up for grabs, and that puts 322X into a 203 spot versus 14 of the Imperial Regalia. Now, with no one's in the way, might as well focus on the core. End this game as fast as they can. But can they? How can they end this game, ladies and gentlemen? This is going to be a push that they need to do. 322X and Imperial Regalia. This is the last game that we're going to be seeing these teams. 322X did manage to want to make an impression, but hold that thought, they decided to go back just to reset for a little bit. So this will give Imperial Regalia some room to breathe. Can they toppen off their defense? Time is not on their side. Clearly, even the objectives, the advantage, it went through the side of Imperial 322X, and Imperial Regalia needs to do something about it. Asura strike! And now he managed to at least knock down one. And there you go, boy. He's now landing a punch. And now we can see some members of the Imperial Regalia being pushed inside the base. Easy Dope having his 5th kill. And now no one can stand in their way from taking down the score. Collected. The Asian Shine has been reclaimed by the members of 322X. Imperial Regalia is taking care of their health. They don't want to lose life. They're gonna be losing this score instead. Oh, you're provoking. You're provoking. One member of the 322X, but he managed to escape. And now they're trying to at least get in the middle. Okay, you think it's safe? You come out here. Let's try to battle it all out. We all know we won't get the core. Might as well get more points by eliminations. And Imperial Regalia is cleaning up house. They're cleaning all the traps being laid, and now they are trying to maximize their defense. After all, this is the last minute. Zyron is about to spawn, and they're gearing up. They're almost ready. Zyron is now back into the game. He's on top. He's on the 322 side of the map. He's on the green pit. Now, who can stop these guys from attacking? Zyron. It only took them 19 seconds to took him down. 322X now marching towards the members of the Imperial Regalia, collecting all those bounties, collecting all those bodies, collecting all those kills, and now the skills are not stopping. We even see 10 kills, but now they are approaching the core. Can they break it? Earlier on, it took them 9 minutes and 51 seconds to break the core. But I think we're going to see full 10 minutes of action with 322 having the score lead. So folks, 322X wins this game. And let's talk about the players of the game, with X-Dope having 35, Mikael with 23, and Bubba with 14 kills. And there you go. To conclude that series, it was 322X who managed to get a 2-0 finish versus Imperial Regalia. So that means Imperial Regalia will be ending this round robin with a 2-12 loss. And for 322X somehow will improve the score 7-7. So that's tied. And now they could call this a day and wait for the final results, because we still have matches to happen here. Up next, Ronin and Phi Guild. Of course, I know you want to see that, guys. Ronin and Phi Guild for our closing game. Top 2 teams fighting for that spot. With Phi Guild being unbeaten, will Phi Guild add Ronin to the list? Or will Ronin somehow stomp Phi Guild and overtake them to reclaim the top spot? So that is what we need to see right now. Ronin, they got more points, 3,016 points compared to Phi Guild. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going in for a short break here in the RAGNAROK Online LANDVERSE Genesis Major Day of Domination. VeenzG will be back for our last series. for what happened, but we are now into the game. Ronin and Guild are trying to fight their way through here. Ronin, on the other hand, has 14 to Guild 253, and it seems like Guild wants to end this game. This is going to be the Zyron that we need to see right now, and the Guild is
เอาแล้วครับผมนะครับในคู่สุดท้ายนะครับและเกมสุดท้ายของวันนี้ครับพี่ระหว่างโรนินครับผมกับไฟกิลครับเมื่อกี้ครับผมมันเกิดอะไรเร็วไปหมดเลยครับตั้งหลักไม่ทันเลยพี่มาถึงปุ๊บปั๊บ
ไฟเขาถมไม้เลย
โอ้โหตัวตกใจไง
ครับผม
คือโถมปุ๊บก็คือใส่เลยในเข้าแดนเข้าบาดเข้านะครับผมเวทเข้าเวทฉีดไปด้านข้าง
โรนินก็พยายามตั้งรับนะครับ
เอาผมแล้วเดี๋ยวดูเกมที่2เลยครับโอ้โหเขาพร้อมกันมากเลยนะ
อาจจะต้องแก้เกมนะฮะ
คือจะลองไงจะเต้นถอยไหมหรือจะโถมสวนแม่งเลยแลกไปเลยแต่ถ้าโถมสวนเนี่ย
1 โซนแล้วก็โถมเลยไหมฮะเอ้ามาแล้วฮะ
ถ้าโถมสวนเนี่ยได้เปรียบไหมสำหรับผมก็ได้เปรียบนะพี่
ครับผม
เพราะถ้าโถมสวนเนี่ยมันทำให้เวทเนี่ยไม่โดนเพราะว่าเขาเนี่ยเวทไปข้างหน้าสังเกตวิสัทเนี่ยคือดักเลยว่ากะถอยแน่
ครับผม
แต่ถ้าคุณเดินสวนขึ้นไปข้างบนเนี่ยอาจจะไม่โดนเวทเอารับเริ่มหนกวิ่งมากเลยนะพร้อมมากเลยนะ
ก่อนครับจังหวะนี้เรียบร้อยครับเก็บชายได้หรือเปล่า
มาเรียบร้อยแทงตายแล้วโอ้โห
ยิงไฟได้ฮะ
3-0แล้วครับ
โถม
เลยเอา
แก้ทันหรือเปล่า
ยังนิ่งอยู่โตแก้แหละครับพี่โอ้แล้วไฟบอกไม่โถมโอ้โลกีข้างบนแล้วตอนนี้เอาแล้วตอนนี้ไฟดันมาหาแล้วครับโอ้โหดูครับ
โลกีอีก1 ทีครับโอ้
ยอยากเอาวสารเลยครับ
โรนิน
ดูครับโรนินตอนนี้ครับผม21-0ครับปาขวานมาก็ไม่ควรวิสัทแหลมๆครับโอ้โหแทงตายครับ
24-0แล้วจังหวะนี้
เฮ้ย
นี่ถอยมาตั้งรับก่อนนะฮะ
ดูครับรอบนี้ครับมาแบบงงเร็วๆแล้วโลกีได้ก่อนครับแต่โดนครับผมโดนสวนครับ
แล้วโลกีอีก1 ทีไหมฮะรอชมฮะ
เดินปามาไฟกิลดันเข้าโดงครับขอหัวนะครับไม่มีแรงเฮ้ยโอ้เกือบเราตกใจดูครับตอนนี้ก็บาดแดนเดินเข้าไปก่อนครับดูครับ
โลกิจะมาแล้ว
โอ้โห
โดนหน้าลงไปนิดเดียว
ตอนนี้เดือด2-4ตัวเองกลับมาแก้ก่อนแก้ตีรอโอ้โหดูครับแล้วครับฝั่งไฟกิลครับเล่น2 โซนโชว์ฟอร์มเลยครับหรือเปล่าข้างล่างมีโซน2ครับผมครับ
พยายามกระดักมาแล้ว
ตีครับเอาแบบกะตบเร็วหรือเปล่าเอาแบบโชว์ฟอร์มสุดครับแรงแขนจัดครับแรงแขนจัดไม่เข่าลุกต่อโดนลุมโอ้ยโดนไปดูไม่ได้ครับเราเดินไปก่อนแล้วโอ้โหดูครับฆ่าไป5 ตัวแล้วผมครับกระดาวครับแล้วยิงอยู่อย่างนี้เสกทิ้งมาจับฟอร์ไดเวอร์โซนเดียวแข็งแน่นแต่อย่าแลนแตกนะตอนเตรียมพร้อมแล้วผมพิธาเตรียมพร้อมแล้ว
รอแล้ว
เดินมาตอมกัดตักไปก่อนโอ้โหตอมกัดอย่างงี้
บนแล้วขึ้นไปอีก
มากับโอ้ยผมใส่กับผมเวทบอลอยู่โดนดิ้ว
โซโลเวทเลย
ดูครับตอนนี้วางขบวนอีกขึ้นอีกโอ้ดูครับเอาครับตอนนี้ปีศาจนี่คือคุมเวทสูงมากครับผมเต็มโค้ครับรอนะครับผม
โอ้โหมาแล้วนะ
เบิร์นดี
ครับเมลีกรุ๊ปแล้วก็เก็บ
แล้วก็น่าจะนี่ครับว่ารอบนี้นะสำหรับผมนะเป้าหมายของกิลไฟเนี่ยตีป้อมแตกจบครับสำหรับผมนะเอาครับตอนนี้ก็ตีมาโอ้โหแล้วดูครับ
ดักไว้ฮะอย่างวันนี้
ตอนโอ้ครับเมื่อกี้ครับมาแล้วครับผมพิซซ่าครับ
แอบดักไว้เลยนะน่าจะรอไซรอนนะครับ
รอไซรอนแล้วรอบนี้ครับป้อมนี่ใกล้แตกแล้วพี่
โรนินตั้งโซนมาครับจะถูกไหม
ครับตอนนี้ก็ไซเลนพร้อมครับเดินมา
เดี๋ยวไฟกิลบัฟรอแล้วเมมรอถอยมารับก่อนครับ
ก็คืออาจจะแบบไม่ต้องเล่นตอนนี้ครับฮันเตอร์ที่กระตุกอ้าวโอ้ยเอาตัวรอดได้นะมองไข่แทบครับกระโดดแล้วมองแทบได้ครับ
เช็คแล้วนะครับมองเช็คมุมแล้วว่าใครอยู่ตรงไหนบ้างนะ
จับอินไปก่อนครับเรียบร้อยสไนเปอร์ตายฮันเตอร์ตายครับขอไปครับยิงอยู่
ยิงหน้าไปก่อน
แล้วยิงที่
มา
ใส่ลอนเข้าไปจับฟอสไดเวอร์ไปเด็ดอยู่ดันอยู่แล้วต่อยหน้าเรียบร้อยล่วงผมเอาแล้วตอนนี้เสร็จอยู่เสกโดนยิงมา69-4ครับ
โรนินพยายามยืนอะไรเล่นยิงไกลนะครับ
ใช่ครับแล้วเรียบร้อยเสกตายครับแต่ว่าระหว่างนี้ผมว่านะไซรอนนั้นเจ็บมากครับเรียบร้อยครับ
ใกล้แล้วนะน่าจะใกล้แล้วนะ
โบแล้ว5ฮิตครับดูแฮนด์ควิกครับไหนนี่คือโบสู้กับกูแทงมันมากนะเมื่อกี้นะครับทางคนก็เตรียมขยับเข้ามาเล่นแล้วข้างล่างก็ตีกันอยู่ครับเอาแล้วครับมาครับวันนี้เปิดหลอดไป1 ดอกแล้วครับโอ้โหนี่ครับคิวขึ้นเลยครับผมพิซซ่าเดนซิครับ
กดจีไป1 ทีครับคิวไฟ
มาแล้วตอนนี้แทงอยู่แทงอาร์เคบินตัวไปแทงเสกน่าจะไปหวานกับยังอยู่ครับเสกครับจะแทงอยู่แล้วขึ้นเนี่ยตอนนี้
มาแล้ว
ปอมเปิมมาสุดท้ายแล้ว
เล่นเลยครับพิซซ่าทางด้านขวานะพิซซ่าเจเนซิส
ไหนค่าเยอะไหน
เวทกำลังจะออกหลอดออฟฟินอมครับ
ดูครับต้องถอยรับแล้วทิ้งป้อมหรือเปล่าอย่างนี้ทิ้งป้อมก็เสร็จโดนครับโอ้โหไฟคิวครับรอบนี้นี่แบบมาเหนือชั้นมากๆครับผมดูครับและป้อมนะเวทไม้ดักไว้ด้วยนะฮะดูครับแล้วยิงอยู่เติร์นที่อยู่มาไหนเลยก็เจ็บมาไหนก็เจ็บมาแล้วเรียบร้อยครับผมนะครับยิงอยู่เตะไม่กล้าเข้าครับใครมองหน้าเข้าตายแล้วตอนนี้ครับยิงสาดโอ้โหถอยไม่ได้ครับแล้วป้อมแตกนะครับโรนินป้อมแตกครับเจนซิลรู้ตามแตกนะครับผมนะครับถอยมาครับผมตอนนี้รีบัฟครับ
ถอยมาเติมปั๊มเติมอะไรกันนะครับแล้วก็เช็คปั๊มนะครับแล้วก็บัฟรอแล้วด้วยนะครับตอนนี้กดบัฟรอแล้วนะ
แอปเปิลเตรียมพร้อมครับแอปเปิลครับ
รอแล้วนะฮะ
บวกเลือดครับบวก APD ครับ
โรนินมาจากทางฝั่ง
ด้านขวานะครับลดดาเมจจากเวทครับ
โอ้ลดดาเมจเวทด้วยครับ
ใช่ครับ
เอาครับ
ใส่ไปก่อนเบิร์นไม่มีไอ้จรัสที่เดียวนะผมสู้เดือเนี่ย
ครับผม
เดินไปก่อนเปิดมาแล้วครับตอนนี้ใส่ไปข้างบนก่อนแล้วตบออกขวาต่อยหน้าไปครับโอ้โหดูครับตอนนี้
โลนินถอยครับโลนินถอย
เกลเดินมาโลกิเดินอยู่เฮ้ยอยู่โอ้ยไม่มีแลนไปแล้วโอ้โหเซกเดซิกขอพิสัตเดซิกก็บอกไปครับจ่ายครับไปข้างบนแล้วเดินอยู่แล้วต่อยตัวหน้าไปเดินมาโอ้โหพี่ดีเลย
สิเป็นคนชาร์จนะฮะ
เอายิงอยู่เดินขึ้นมาข้างบนปามาแล้วตอนนี้ครับผมเรียบร้อยพิสัตล่วงครับแค่มองหน้าก็ล่วงนะครับผมดูครับมองหน้าทำไมล่ะครับยิงอยู่แล้วเซกบอกไกลๆตอนนี้
ทุล่าไป
โอ้โหนี่ครับดูพี่ตายดูดิเป็นกดโมทิปคิวครับ
อุ้ยสกอร์ตอนนี้163-9นะครับ
ต่อยจับครับมาครับตอนนี้ก็อาจจะรอที่ชายครับไซรอนครับแต่ป้อมน่าจะไม่แตกครับพี่ถ้าเป็นอย่างนี้
ครับผม
มาครับคิวครับเดินมานี่ครับผมพี่ดีเล่นมองเหรอ
พี่ดีมองฮะ
โอ้เอาครับตอนนี้ครับเดินมาดิดมาเรื่อยๆครับแล้วยังไงครับโอ้โดนยิงอยู่แล้วยังไงไบโบมาโผล่แล้วโลกีวอโบกระบนใส่แล้วตอนนี้
ด้วยครับ
โอ้ดูครับวันนี้ใครบอกว่าจะรอเอาทายครับไม่เอาครับใส่ก่อนเลยครับ
แล้วถอยไกลเลยนะฮะ
ไม่อยู่รับเรียบร้อยเสกตายครับฮันเตอร์หูเขียวนี่ก็เล่นดีมากนะวางแท็บถอยล้างแท็บเลยแต่ไม่ได้ดาเมจนะวางแท็บเลยครับ
ใช่ครับ
ตอนเกิดมาก็รอเพื่อนเบสให้ครับตัดได้ครับแล้วก็เบสได้ครับ
เบสดักไว้นะครับโรนิน
ครับเดินมาเรียบร้อยไหนล่วงครับทิ้งตีไปอยู่ครับ
อ้อมขวามานะครับรออยู่โรนินก็พยายามตั้งป้อมคอนะ
ใช่ครับถอยเลยครับมาตีไซรอนครับคะแนนน่าจะ200กว่าครับโอ้โหครับตอนนี้ก็ดูฮันเตอร์ดิครับฮันเตอร์หัวเขียวนี่คือยังดูครับวางแถบไปแบบสบายๆนะครับ
แล้วเขาวางไว้มาก
ใช่ครับเขาวางแล้วเขาถอยแล้วคือเขาใส่โลพี่เขาไม่ได้ดาเมจเลยเขาแบบกะ
จังหวะถอยมาเอาไซรอนนี่คือแถบนี่ขึ้นรัว
ใช่ครับเห็นแถบก็ไปท้อแล้วครับวางแถบนี้ใครจะไปเดินเล่นครับโลก็ไม่เก็บแถบโลบอกแกจะไม่ทันว่าเยอะจัดมาแล้วยิงมานี่ครับตู้ครับเรียบร้อยครับผมล่วงครับเดี๋ยววิสัทไล่อย่างนี้ครับวิสัทไล่ยังอยู่ครับเป็นโลอย่างนี้ก็น่าจะโอ้โหดูครับเกือบตุยครับแล้วเสกอย่างนี้แหลมแล้วแเสกแล้วโอ้ย
แต่เพื่อนเซฟไป
เรียบร้อยครับโอ้โหล่วงครับ
โลนินเดินเข้าไปครับด้านขวานะครับแต่เหมือนคิวฟ้าจะรู้แล้วเข้ากลางลำ
ผมดูครับผมตอนนี้คิวฟ้าครับผม
โอ้
โหไม่มีแรงครับแลนอันที่นึงครับ
โมครับโดนโมอยู่ในโดงครับ
แล้วไม่มีแรงนะครับโอ้โหพิศาจบอกว่าเวทข้างหน้าครับไม่เวทหลังนะครับโอ้โหดูครับเล่นมันมากครับพิศาจครับ
ด้วยนะ
ดูพิศาจ
ดักไม่ให้กลับเลยนะ
ใช่ครับ
ดักไม่ให้วิ่งหนีกลับเลยนะ
พิศาจนี่เขาแบบไม่ได้เวทใส่ดงเขานะเวทดักดงเขาเลยนะดงไว้ดักเดินเลยครับไปกะเดินแล้วต่อยหน้าไปครับโอ้โหดูครับเรียบร้อยครับเอาไว้ครับ1 นาที
กลับมานะครับเติมบัฟเติมอะไรก่อนนะ
รอใส่ต้องเกิดครับ
อีกบัฟด้วยนะ
50 ปีครับพี่โอ้โหเอาครับเก็บบัฟเตรียมพร้อมครับพร้อมบวกนะครับ
ใส่รอดอีก40 วินะครับ
น่าจะเป็นบวกรอบสุดท้ายหรือเปล่าตอนนี้ครับหรือว่าอยากให้เราใส่รอดทีนี้เนอะอยากให้เราใส่รอดก่อน
ฝ่ายคิวนี่บริหารเป็นดีนี่เหลือ6M นะ
หรือว่าใช้เงินเป็น
ครับผม
ครับเดินเข้ามาครับ
ทีไหนมาแล้วกองทัพไหน
มาแล้วไหนถูก
โอ้โหโลนินถอยเลย
เรียบร้อยครับผมยิงอยู่ตีอยู่ผมว่าจะไม่ตีแล้วจะฆ่าแล้วเป็นฆ่าตีไม่แต่เราฆ่าแล้ว
แล้วการสวย
เรียบร้อยครับฮันเตอร์ตายจนได้ครับตัวปวดครับ1 นาทีสุดท้ายครับจ่ายก็ตอบกันนะครับหลอดมาตายก็ตายเรียบร้อยครับโอ้โหออกมาตายครับไม่รู้เลยครับตายครับ
แลบไม่ได้เลยเนี่ย
ใช่ครับ
น่าจะกลับไปเอาไซรอนนะครับ
เอาอย่างจริงๆนะแต่เดี๋ยวอันนี้จะรู้นะครับว่าของจริงนะปลายกิวครับพี่โอ้โหไฟวอลมาเรื่อยๆครับเน้นไฟวอลเลยครับเน้นรัวครับคือกินล่าได้ไหมได้ครับแต่มันเปลืองแสตมันก็แบบเอาไว้ใช้คิวตอมกัสหลอดนี้ดีกว่าครับ
แต่เหมือนจะเป็นไฟโบว์แทนนะ
ใช่ครับ
ไฟบอล
ไฟวอลไฟวอล
ไฟบอลนะ
มันรัวแล้วไฟวอลอ่ะ
ครับ
นะครับเดินมาขอใส่โลกิ
ไป
ไป
โล
1 ด
กิ
อก
ย้ำไป1 ที
กำลังจะเดินไปหาเดินเลี้ยวครับเดินเลี้ยวเลยเลี้ยวเลยกี้
ครับผม
ครับ
ปล่อย
เดินต่อ
ลึก
ค
เล
รับ
ย
โอ้เรียบร้อยแล้วปีศาจโดนโอ้
โอ้โห
20
แล้ว
ครับ
ฮะ
ผมนะครับโอ้เรียบร้อยครับคุณจ่ายตายไปแล้วครับ
แล้วต่อยฮันแทบไม่
ต่อย
ตายโอ้โหเพื่อนเซฟ
โอ้เซฟตี้ว
โอ้
อล
โห
เป็นไง
เพื่อนเซฟทัน
ไล่ช้าจริงพุดดิ้งได้นะเมื่อกี้แต่เราเซฟตี้วอลด้วยครับอีก1 ชั้น
โอ้ยเซฟดีจัดนะยูไฟ
คือเซฟเอาเรียบร้อยครั
เรี
บ
ย
ผ
บ
ม
ร้อยฮะ
และจบเกมครับผมนะครับที่1ครับผมเป็นฮันเตอร์ครับผมนะครับสเดาฮันเตอร์ครับ27 ตัวครับผมคนที่2ก็เป็นคูเซเดอร์ครับผมนะครับ23ครับเป็นคูแทงแล้วก็โซนโฮวิซาเจสิตโน1ครับผมโอ้โหดูชื่อครับผมนะครับผู้ชนะนะครับผมได้แก่กิลไฟครับผมนะครับไฟกิลครับโอ้โหครับผมนี่ครับแชมเปี้ยนครับ
แชมเปี้ยน
พูดเลยดีกว่าว่าแชมเปี้ยนครับ
ครับผม
ไล่พ่ายครับผมนะครับ
ไล่พ่ายด้วยนะฮะ
ไล่พ่ายครับโอ้โหสุดจริงๆครับคือสมบูรณ์แบบทุกอย่างครับ
ครับผม
ไม่เป็นการเข้าทำการถอยการเล่น
โอ้โหละเอียด
ใช่ครับออบเจกต์ต่างๆครับเล่นนะครับโอ้โหคือ
จังหวะสุดท้ายนี้เซฟเพื่อนแบบเซฟตี้
คือ
โอ้โห
ไม่ใช่คือมันเป็นการเชื่อใจกันพี่อย่างที่บอกว่าวิสัทก็กล้าขึ้นทุกคนกล้าขึ้นหมดเพราะว่ามันมีคนคอยเซฟตลอดครับมันเลยเขาให้เพื่อนเนี่ยเล่นง่าย
ใช่ครับเซฟ
คือ
มันดี
เพื่อนเล่น
มาก
เหมือนเก่งเลยอ่ะเพราะว่าแบบโหประคองขนาดนี้ก็ต้องเก่งนะครับประมาณนี้ครับ
ครับผม
ก็นั่นแหละครับผมนะบอกเลยว่ากิลไฟเนี่ยคือสุดยอดนะครับผมแต่ว่าไม่ใช่ว่ากิลอื่นจะไม่เก่งนะครับ
ครับ
เก่งครับผมแต่ว่าอาจจะเก่งคนละอย่างกัน ซึ่งอันเนี้ยในครั้งเนี้ยนะครับบางคนอาจจะมองว่าเป็นเพราะของเขาเยอะกว่าอะไรครับใช่ครับ แต่เดี๋ยวต้องรอแข่งขันในรอบออฟไลน์
รอบออฟไลน์จะเป็น
10
10
ของเท่ากัน
โลนินกับดิกเตเตอร์
ต้องแก้
จะ
จะ
แก้มืออีก
จะ
รอ
พูด
บ
ได้แล้วว่าเนี่ยของเยอะกว่าอันเนี้ยคือฝีมือล้วน
วันนี้อาจจะเก็บแรงแค้นไว้ก่อน
ๆใช่ครับตอนนี้อาจจะทนอ่านโคไปนิดนึง
อ่านโคไปนิดนึง
อ่านโคไปนิดนึง
แต่ว่าเดี๋ยวซ้อมแล้วเดี๋ยวเจอกันใหม่
เจอกันใหม่แน่นอนครับไม่ต้องกลัวครับสำหรับเซิร์ฟเวอร์และแลนด์เวิร์สเจนซิครับผมก็มีกิจกรรมยาวๆครับ
ใช่ครับ
หาเควสหาการแข่งขันครับ6 ทีมรายการนี้นะครับอันต่อไปก็คือเหลือแค่ 3 ทีมเพื่อแข่งขันในแชมเปี้ยนชิพ
ใช่ครับ
นะครับกับเซิร์ฟเวอร์ไทยนะครับนี่ครับแล้วผลการแข่งขันในวันนี้นะผมนะครับ
วันนี้ไม่มี 1-1 เลยนะ
ใช่ครับ
2-0 ตลอดเลยนะฮะ
DIC เอาชนะครับผม IR ไป2-0นะผม
ฟากิวชนะบากูนาว่าไป 2-0 ครับ
แล้วก็มิโนคาวะครับชนะอินโทรเวิร์ดไป 2-0 ครับ
ฟากิวชนะดิกเตเตอร์ไป 2-0 ครับ
โลดินชนะมิโนคาวะไป 2-0 ครับ
322X นะครับชนะ IR ไป 2-0 นะฮะ
และคู่ท้ายไฟกิลชนะโลนินไป 2-0 ครับผม
ครับผม
โอ้โหครับสุดจ
เดือด
ริง
มา
ๆครั
ก
บ
นะฮะ
เดือดจริงๆครับนี่ครับ
นี่ครับ
ตารางคะแนนนี่ครับ
โอ้
อย อฟฟิเชียลมาแล้วครับผมนะครับ
เก็บคีนชีต
นะครับ
คอมเมนต์
ที่
ใน YouTube
1ครับผมกิลไฟครับผมนะครับที่2ครับผมนะครับแพ้ไป3เกม
ครับผม
โลนินครับผมที่3ครับผมแพ้ไป3เกมครับผมนะครับ DIC ครับผมแล้วก็ทางฝั่งมิโนคาวะครับผมแข่ง14ครับผมก็จะชนะ7แพ้7
โอ้ย3-2 วันนี้ฟอร์มดีนะครับ ขึ้นมา
โอ้
เป็น
โห
อันดับที่
จาก
5นะ
ที่ 7 เป็นที่ 5 ครับ 3-2 ครับ
นะครับ
ชนะ 7 แพ้ 7 แพ้แค่สกอร์เท่านั้นครับพี่ โอ้โห ดูครับ ผมเก่งเนี่ยดูเมื่อวานเนี่ยบอกตรงผมคิดว่าที่4ด้วยซ้ำวัน
เสี
นี้
ย
นะ
ดา
ค
ย
รับ
ที่เมื่อวานเนี่ย3-2นี่ performance
ใช่ครับนะครับ แล้วก็บาคูนาวะครับผมนะครับชนะ 4 แพ้ 10 ครับ
ใช่ครับ
IR ครับผมชนะ 2 แพ้ 12 ครับและอินโทรเวิร์ดครับผมชนะ 0 แพ้ 14 ฉะนั้นนะครับที่ 7 ที่ 8 นะครับ IR กับอินโทรเวิร์ดครับผมเซลความเสียใจครับผมคุณตกรอบครับผมนะ
รอบนะฮะ
ครับผมก็จะแค่ 6 ทีมก็จะมี
จะมี
ไฟกิลโลนิน DIC ครับผม
จะมี 6 ทีมที่ได้ไปต่อใน
ครับ
รอบออฟไลน์ที่
แล้วก็
ป
มิ
ระ
โน
เทศ
คา
ฟิลิป
วะ
ปินส์
322X แล้วก็บาคูนาวะครับผม
ครับผม
ตัวแทนจากไทยนะครับ3 ทีมตัวแทนจากฟิลิปปินส์3 ทีมครับ
ทีม
พี่ โอ้ยเอาครับ
รอเลยครับ
เอาครับ
ยังไงก็รอเชียร์คนไทยด้วยนะครับ
ใช่ครับ
ไปแข่งถึงต่างประเทศนะฮะ
แข่งที่ฟิลิปปินส์นะครับ
ใช่ครับ
ไม่รู้ว่า ครับผมครับครับผมนะครับก็เป็นไงบ้างครับวันนี้ครับผมนะครับสำหรับการแข่งขันนะครับแล้ว LANDVERSE Genesis Major Day of Domination นะครับผมนะครับวันนี้สำหรับผมนะครับสนุกมากๆครับผมนะครับ
เดือดมาก
ครับผมนะครับก็คือต้องขอบคุณทีมงานนะที่ผมมาพวกเรา2 คนได้มาบรรยายการแข่งขันนะครับผมนะครับ
ขอบคุณทีมงานมาก
ขอบคุณทีมงานมากๆครับผมนะครับก็วันนี้นะครับพี่ครับอะไรต้องขออภัยเพื่อนๆทุกคนนะครับตอนวันนี้นะครับขอบคุณมากครับบ๊ายบายครับสวัสดีครับพี่สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับผมสวัสดีครับขอบคุณมากครับ